Max, our county attorney, is on his way. He's running behind, but he's on Zoom, so we're going to go ahead and start, and we can do that, and then he will join us before we get into our meeting. So if y'all could join me and stand for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I can't think of a better way to start the meeting than inviting Reverend Whitlock to come up and say some words for us. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. May we pray. Dear Heavenly Father, which art in heaven, Lord, I thank you for allowing each and every one of us to come together on this beautiful day that you have made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. But you know best the great responsibility that's placed on all those whom you have allowed to represent your people on this fiscal court. Heavenly Father, I pray that you would give them clarity of mind, patience, and wisdom to execute their specific duties. Heavenly Father, I pray that you guide this fiscal court as they work to move this county forward in the midst of these unprecedented times of flooding and rebuilding. Lord, we all come this evening asking that you help us to learn, as you said in your word, to lean not on our own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge you, and you shall direct our path. Heavenly Father, I pray this evening that you allow the Holy Spirit to fall afresh upon this county judge, executive, and the entire fiscal court body, in order they may find common ground on the issues they are charged to handle. Lord, as they do your will, I pray that you bind them together in peace and harmony and allow the decision to be made with integrity. Most of all, Heavenly Father, help us in this fiscal court to forget those things which are behind and reach forth unto those things which are before and press toward the mark of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. Forgive us of our sins. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Reverend Whitlock, would it be okay if we did a moment of silence?
Yes, yes, sir.
So I don't know if you all heard, but last week they had a terrible accident on their church bus, and he lost two members of his family.
Yes.
And so if it be, you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. I just want to thank the whole community and everyone for your prayers and your thoughts and your help in a time of tragedy like this. They were good members for many years, for 50 years, husband and wife. And they went together. They was on their way to church. But I want y'all to know that they still made it to church in heaven. So continue to pray for us and pray for me. I feel like I got the whole city and the whole everything on my shoulders. But God is good. And I know I'm going to make it if y'all continue to pray for me. Amen?
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, now we're going to see, is there any public comments? Anybody here to talk about anything other than come on to the podium? Please state your name and, what is it, Kim? Kim's going to set the timer? Alrighty.
Nathan Deppenbrock, represent Canoe, Kentucky and Kentucky River Tours. And I just wanted to make a couple comments about the last 3 weeks on the Elkhorn Creek. There's been multiple rescues out there over the last couple of weeks. 4 incidences. None of them are customers, none of them operating at levels that we operate as a business. We just wanted to come forward and make a few comments and maybe ask for some working together. We've been in business for 44 years, and knock on wood, in those 44 years, our worst injury was a sprained ankle. And prior to that, it was a wrist injury while walking to the water. So we've got a very long-standing reputation in what we do, and we're just trying to make sure the message is clear to the public. When these things have happened, a lot of the message has been stay away, don't go near the creek, and it's been a really hard year to do business already. Both of our businesses have been held back 8 to 10 to 12 weeks already. So now we're going to try to slam all that business into just a couple of weeks. And it's been difficult. It has been very difficult. So, some of the messaging that went out during one of the incidences was that a quick rise in the creek is actually what caused the accident. And that wasn't a true comment. And so I worked with Ray Kinney. The comment was removed, but that already got picked up by local news channels. And that went out on LEX 18. It went out on Yahoo News. So we're fielding calls. Hey, the creek is dangerous. Our name gets thrown into it. We've actually invested a lot of time into training our staff. We've invested a lot of time and money into our resource. Our website has a wonderful water level interpreter on it so people can go on there and see what's going on. We operate certain craft on the creek for a reason. I'll just put it out there. We do not rent tubes. We never have in 44 years. And we don't rent tubes because we don't think the Elkhorn Creek is the appropriate place for it. That could be a huge moneymaker for us, and we choose not to do that. So my ask of you all is really just 3 things. One, we would love if you all could maybe consider some signage at the public accesses on the creek. Shutting the creek down is not going to fix the problem. People are going to trespass. They're going to get onto it. So maybe there's some signage that the county, Fish and Wildlife, Canoe, Kentucky would be happy to support it. Signage that just maybe stresses some of the dangers, places people can go to get the resource. What is the water level for the day? 2, we'd love to work with the local fire department, Fish and Wildlife Rescue, to do some cooperative training. I understand our fire department does training. We do extensive training as well. I'd love to work with them. The more we can work together, we just have an intimate knowledge of the creek. I would venture to say we know that creek better than anybody else because we're on it every single day. I've got a lot of professionally trained staff on my payroll. And so we'd ask that maybe there's some cooperative training that can be done. And I thought there was a third thing, but it's escaping my mind now as I've passionately said these few things. Signage, training, maybe that's it. We just really want the message to be congruent so that people do use the creek. We are so blessed to have the Elkhorn Creek and the Kentucky River here. We just want to make sure the message is uniform. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
We appreciate your message
Yep.
today, and thanks for all you do, Nathan. All right, any more public comments before we move on? Seeing none, we have Miss Elle Travis with us from Yes Arts, and she's going to give us a...
Hi,
What are you going to do
everybody.
today? Tell us what you're going to do today.
Hi, I'm here to talk to you all. I like to try and come about once a year to give you all an update about the work we're doing at Yes Arts and the programs. So I've got a few slides to go over. I'm so glad to have such a captive audience here. How long do I have, Judge?
5, 10 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So as Judge said, my name is Elle Travis. I'm the Executive Director of Yes Arts, formerly Hands Healing Hearts in downtown Frankfort. Eric, if you'll advance, or not Eric, Andrew, if you'll advance our slide. And so what Yes Arts is, our mission is mobilizing the power of community and the arts to disrupt the cycle of addiction. I know that I've spoken with the court, with everybody who's, I believe, currently set. Mike, I don't know if you were on here yet the last time I came. I can't remember. But basically our work started in working with women in recovery from substance use in 2016. And we've now transitioned into a prevention and intervention organization using the arts to work with people to stop substance use, misuse, and the things that ripple out into our families and our community. All of our programs are evidence-based and data-driven, so we do have large federal grants from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Organization, state opioid funds, and all of our programs follow proven methods, most of them revolving around ACEs, which are adverse childhood experiences, and the science behind saying that these adverse childhood experiences later impact humans, whether they be young children all the way through adults, not just in things that you would think like poor mental health, but also heart disease, diabetes, asthma. So these physical health factors are coming into play and being linked to these adversities early in childhood. We also work within all stages of the cycle of addiction, and when people hear our mission about working within recovery and addiction, they don't automatically assume that our programs are not for their child or for their family because they aren't impacted by addiction. And by nature, our prevention programs are universal, which means they're for all children. We do have some very specific programs that I'm going to talk about in a little bit that are for at-risk young people, but we do have programs that are open to toddlers and grown-ups to come with them to, establish engagement between families all the way up through 18 years, and then programs for adults in recovery. Next slide, please. We started our organization in 2016, became a 501c3 in 2018 under the name Hands Healing Hearts. We rebranded to Yes Arts in 2019, got a new building in downtown Frankfort at the old plant board in 2021, and it was off to the races. I took over as the ED in 2021, and today we have all those little bubbles are contractors who work either administratively, grants management, program people, and the little tiny ones all the way on the right-hand side they're very small, but those are all high school students who we employ as part of our transitional employment mentorship program. So the dots in the middle are adult program leaders who then mentor the teenagers, not just to mentor the kids and be there for the kids, but also how do you communicate with an employer? How do you fill out a time card? How do you call off of work without being nervous and texting it or not doing it at all and be a no-call, no-show? So we're just trying to build in some of those really great employment strategies. Next slide, please. Our leaders are trained on a vast wealth of knowledge. ACEs, Risk and Protective Factors, is our biggest training, but we are adamant that all of our team members have child abuse prevention, trauma-informed care, implicit bias, neurodiversity, CPR, first aid, mental health first aid, suicide prevention, working with LGBTQIA youth and adults, de-escalation techniques, emotional intelligence, cultural humility, discriminatory discipline, and more and more and more, and we're always adding trainings. A lot of these trainings are done in partnership with our local law enforcement and other partners like Fresh Start Frankfort, Wanda Joyce, because we feel like if we have the knowledge and we're able to service the clients, but they're going to other places and those organizations are not as well informed, then it doesn't help our community. So we share our trainings and we work really hard to get grant funds to be able to train others as well. Next slide. Some of our partners are the local school districts. This isn't all of them, but these are some of the major ones. We do work with all the public schools as well as the private schools. Just Say Yes at the Franklin County Health Department, ASAP. We're on the CARES Coalition. We serve on the Fiscal Court Task Force. We work with Wanda Joyce, the City Police, Farmers Market, Fresh Start Frankfort, Drug Court, and we just do lots and lots of programs. Next slide, please. I'm going to give a quick overview of our recovery programs, which were our pilot programs for women. We now today have group and individual art therapy sessions. So we have a 30-year experienced state and national licensed art therapist on our staff who worked for the VA. She's worked with individuals with substance use, grief, all different credentials there. We also have 2 peer support specialists, which are state of Kentucky credentialed to be peer supports who have over 20 years of recovery experience collectively. And so we do have group and individual sessions, and then we also have a community support group, which a lot of people don't know about, but it's one Sunday a month at 4 p.m. on the third Sunday, and that is open to anyone who is in recovery or crisis for any length of time. And we use art, we make art, and it's just really a place to build community and gather healthy humans together. So you don't have to have any prerequisites to join that. All right, next slide, please. I am a photography major by nature, so I think pictures portray 1,000 words. So this is our ART, which is our recovery program, Achieving Recovery Together. And this is just some images. Our drug court graduates, our collaboration. You can see Dustin Bowman, our retired chief of police. We've done lots of programs with the police department, and just a lot of really great things. You can see our men's group up there and our women's groups. Next slide. This is a list of one single calendar year of programs with Fresh Start Frankfurt. So Yes Arts does a lot of grants writing so that we can provide the programs to our partners at no charge. So we have been partnering with Fresh Start Frankfurt and their Women in their Recovery Housing program, and we provide 2 art therapies a month, 1 community art that they can attend, 1 art time, which is like just a really great art experience where we bring in guest artists to give the women something to look forward to, really cool experiences. We take them on field trips to Broadway Clay and different places around town. We take them on one Monday a month to Life Adventure Center in Versailles, where they do resiliency outdoor programming. And then we also do all different types of volunteer opportunities where the women can then get some of their volunteer hours and give back. So it's a very rounded out program with a lot of programming, and all of this is paid for out of grants and funding procured through Yes Arts. Next slide, please. These are some photos of our Fresh Start Frankfurt clients doing some of their projects. Some of the kids in the program also get to participate, not necessarily always in the recovery housing, but in their family units. They have kids that get to come to some of our activities. Next slide. And our community art flyer, this is the program I was telling you about that we're really trying to get the word out. It's free, it's open to the public, and it's facilitated by professionals, so please spread the word about that. Next slide, and now we're going to move into our youth programs, which some of them are primary prevention, which is everybody. Some of them are secondary prevention, which is when you have identified risk factors. So the things we offer in our youth program are art school, after-school art classes, field trips, summer camps, kids' night out, baby and preschool play learn groups, which is where they come with a grown-up, family engagement opportunities and festivals and events. You all probably have seen us close down the street and do block parties and things like that. Next slide. These are just some of the photos of our different programs, and I'm going to go fast so that I don't take up too much time, but we obviously in these photos you see the young lady with the mentor with the orange shirt with the green beans across their lip. They were at a summer camp going down and doing a garden program with the farmers market at 2nd Street School. So we just feel like in our mission we talk about community and the arts being the way that we disrupt the cycle, and we really mean that. We are passionate about partnering, and we're passionate about bringing people together. We feel strongly that connection is the opposite of addiction, and that we can't do this without each other. So a big cohesive approach is what we do. Next slide. I'm going to go really fast through this part. The Academy is a Franklin County Schools program for at-risk middle and high school students in our alternative school, and they come 3 times a week for their arts credit. The next slide is Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation. We partner with them for CRUSH programming, which is Kids Rising Up Through Support and Healing. These are for kiddos impacted by incarceration, and we've recently done a Department of Justice micro grant where we got to bring them together with Frankfurt Police Department. Next slide is the Franklin County Schools Gifted and Talented program. These are students who are identified in visual arts, music, leadership, and creativity, which is kind of outside the box thinking, not necessarily arts thinking. And these programs are really great, and a lot of people say, okay, Elle, why are you all working with these kiddos who are exceptional? And it's because I was an exceptional kiddo, and often they're the isolated kiddos. They're the ones on the fray of, their peer groups. They're the ones who are the quirky kids. So they have high risk factors. Next slide is a flyer of some of our summer pop-up workshops that we did this summer. Kaleidoscope of Color, Build It. These are like engineering camps, and In Stitches is sewing. Animal Antics, we bring in an animal scientist to do a lesson with us, and then we make animal art. The next slide is our after-school arts academies, and these are ongoing programs in the school year where kiddos come down for 3 weeks a month, and they do batik and all different types of visual arts, Pokemon Club. Anything we can get kids interested in that's going to keep them engaged is what we'll do. The next slide is a flyer for our summer camps. We usually offer 3 weeks. We offer a mini camp. I don't know many others in Frankfort offering a camp for children who are not yet in kindergarten. So these are 3, 4-year-olds who get to come to our program half day, and then kids 5th through 8th grade. Our camps fill in 45 minutes, so we list them in March, and they're filled by March 1st. And so the need in our community is great, and we're just trying to keep up with that capacity. So the next slide is a few photos from camp. Again, I want to make note, this is a program where we use heavily those youth mentors, and so you can see the young lady hugging and the young gentleman and the little girls carrying the young lady. These are the kids that I was talking about in that temp transitional program, and we train them on all of those heavy topics, trauma-informed care, implicit bias, and a lot of these kiddos who come to us have lived experience. They're adopted, they're raised by grandparents, they have parents with substance use, and so they're learning about themselves in these trainings, and then they're able to apply it and really be a mentor to the young kids, and then work under our program leaders as well. Next is our Kids Night Out. This is just a seasonal thing. We just do it whenever we feel like popping it up, and it's just respite for 3 hours for kids to come eat pizza and play, and for parents to get a little break. And the last one, next slide, is our preschool play learn group. And again, this is all about kids who are in preschool this year were COVID babies. They were born in 2020. I have one, he's going into kindergarten, and they weren't socialized at an early age. The parents were isolated for many years. And so this is a big factor into what we think will cause problems later for these kids and these grown-ups. And so we're disrupting it early. So people talk about, how do you have these little bitty ones? They're not affected yet. They are, and they may be. The next slide talks about the third bucket at Yes Arts. So we've talked about recovery, we've talked about youth, and our third piece is community. And we do have a professional art gallery that exhibits quarterly exhibits, and we have gallery openings. We do outreach all over the town. If you've been to any kind of festival, you've probably seen us with face paint and tubs full of sand. We have an artist roster of over 75 artists, culinary artists, visual, musicians, people who come and teach within our programs. And then we also have a Black Women Artist of Frankfort network, which is about a dozen women who we help write grants and do professional development and host sessions with KSU students and things like that. I'm going to be so fast on this. Next slide is community outreach, and these are all the pictures. We had monks, we do drug court regional meetings, we host the Art Therapy Kentucky statewide groups. So we use our building, we don't rent it out, just anything that aligns with our mission, we use our space for that as well. The next slide is our community mural collaboration. So if you've seen the side of the old Frankfort Plant Board building, you've seen the mural that our recovery participants and the police department did. And the lower left-hand corner is the mural inside the police department that the Wanda Joyce kids impacted by incarceration did with the police officer. Above that is a gazebo outside Fresh Start Frankfort that the women in recovery did with the officers. And then the See the Good, the bright yellow sun was Wanda Joyce and Academy students placed at Thornhill and funded by New Vista, and it's a suicide prevention mural. So we're popping these murals up, and each one of them have a program tied to it. So we're not just painting a wall, we're building out education and programming throughout. The next slide is block parties and festivals. We get crazy in the streets. And then the next slide is our trainings. Like I said, we host officers and different people in those trainings in our building. Following that is gallery events. Lots and lots of things. This is part of our temp program. Middle schoolers who aren't yet old enough to be employed can volunteer as servers. You see them with the little trays of food. We teach them about etiquette, looking someone in the eye, being able to not have marbles in your mouth when you're talking to a grown-up you don't know. So all of that is tied into programming. The next slide is our, this past fall, we were awarded the Governor's Award in the Arts for Community Impact. So we were the one organization in the state of Kentucky that was identified being an arts organization, but having the most impact using the arts. So that was a really big honor for us. And we also found out just recently that we were one of 3 Partners in Prevention Awards for Prevent Child Abuse Kentucky. So we haven't gotten awarded that, but we're really excited about those. This last slide is our impact statement, and it just tells our stats for our youth and recovery program, and we served over 25 youth in direct services last year, 27 prototypes, 203 sessions, 41 outreach activities, 46 scholarships, and 34 partnerships. I won't go through all the numbers, but the impact is grand, the growth is fast, and we really want this year to focus on sustainable funding, really working with our donor cultivation and our partnerships, and just ensuring we have ongoing success. I know that was a lot of information, and I talk fast, but does anybody have any questions?
I don't have a question, because I talked to you last week, but I want to say that seeing these kids makes my heart happy, and I get to hear from them all the time. And I just talked to one an hour ago that said she just started with you guys, and she loves what she's doing. So thank you so much. I mean, it literally helps everybody that walks in the building.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Al, I just want to say thank you.
Thank
You're
you
doing
all.
big things down there.
Thank you all very
And I
much,
think
and
you
I,
have a heck of a team, and, I
Thank
think
you.
community has always supported you, and I appreciate you coming to give an update,
Thank
'cause
you.
that's one of the things we talk about here. It's not just, you're not here just asking for money, you're
Yeah.
here letting us know what you're doing, and that goes a long ways.
I appreciate that very much. And
Squire?
I appreciate you all for always supporting the community organizations and giving us this opportunity to come and report. You know, I always think it's valuable to have support financially, but really, you all are our best advocates. You all are out in your districts, you all are doing this work, and we're new, and we need people to understand what we're about, and the only way we can do that is to just keep telling you and giving you my 5 minutes. It was 5, right?
5, 20, 5, 20, who was counting, El? 5 minutes, 20, that's pretty close. I think she said this is my last slide 3 times. I was like, all right, she's getting me on the hook here.
That's this in that
Yeah.
section.
Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. And one of the things that we have tried to do is to also find ways to partner with you at the activities that we're having.
Oh, yeah.
And that partnership has been wonderful, so we
Awesome.
continue to look for those ways to do that and
We love being a
continue
part
to
of
do
it.
that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much. Alrighty, next on our work session is our admin code. Unfortunately, our HR is under the weather, but you all have 3 copies in your folder. So I think what we had talked about originally is, we have the original one, we have ones with all the changes. I think that was pretty important to everybody to know what was changed. And then the third one is, we're calling that the semi-final draft, but we feel like it's very close. I want to thank Squire Tanner and Squire Sebastian. They put a lot of time into this with our HR, Ashley. So I'm going to say, if you all read through these, if you see things you think you would like to change, I would ask that you email Ashley, and maybe set up a meeting with her. Obviously, everyone has different thoughts about things, and then she can bring it to the court, and we can all discuss together. And, yeah, it's a lot of information, but it hasn't really been updated in a long time. And, again, I want to thank Squire Tanner and Squire Sebastian, because they put a ton of time in on this. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And just to call the body's attention to what you're looking at is only the personnel section. You are not looking at anything else. It is the largest section. It took the most amount of collaborative work. Squire Tanner spent, quite a bit of time on it with Ashley and myself. You will be getting a draft of the remainder of the administrative code probably by the end of this week, first part of next week, but that's the goal. Just so you can see all of it together. And that, again, as the judge said, this is just a document for you to make comments on. So your comments come in to Ashley. Ashley will get it put into some format so that we can all look at that and and as a body, move the document forward.
Yep, correct.
But rather than everyone trying to spend and wordsmith over hundreds, and these were hundreds of pages.
Yeah.
You have that same opportunity. You can just get those comments into Ashley, and we'll move forward. Thank you all very
Well
much.
said. Squire Tanner.
As Squire said, the remainder will be coming soon. We've worked very diligently on that. That don't mean it's a perfect document. So take your time. It's been revised. It's very much more simple. Even what we've done has been a lot of work. Sherry's done a lot of work. I usually just sit back and say, don't you think we'll do this? And she does it. So anyway, it's a very good document, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. When you get it, look it over. And if you have any suggestions, get a hold of Sherry or the judge or somebody.
Ashley.
Or
Send it-
Ashley. I mean,
send
she
it
doesn't
to
have much to
Ashley.
do with the general provisions.
Yep.
Just the personnel, but,
Yep.
that don't mean it's perfect, so look it over when you get it.
Yep, thank you very
But it's
much.
better than it was.
Yep. Squire Wisman.
Judge, could I ask for a little clarification? I'm assuming, it's been difficult to compare the three drafts, but I'm assuming that the semifinal draft is the same thing as the marked up. Is that fair to say? I didn't see. Identical.
That's the thing. She was trying.
Sherry, sorry, Squire.
Oh, yeah, I thought I had it on. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Go ahead.
She gave us the marked up so that everybody could see what was changed in it. She put one unmarked because it is really hard sometimes to follow along
Right.
with things that have been crossed out. And so that's the reason there are multiple copies of this. They are the same, but it's just one without all of the distracting lines and different colors and that sort of thing. That's the only reason it's there.
Just wanted to
Yes.
verify.
Yeah.
And could someone describe sort of, I mean, the process, I want to make sure that our staff has time to digest any changes too, and can we talk about what the expectation is of timeline for approving this? Because right now, June is the month we open the admin code, right?
Correct.
And this is
Yep.
our only meeting, so I'm assuming we're gonna take a
Yeah,
couple
or
of
July or
month
August,
so.
we'll probably reconvene and really kind of look at it. I know, the Squire Sebastian, Squire Tanner, and, Ashley have met with, our treasurer, have met with, different people on the staff as far as their thoughts, if there was any questions that, involved them. So I feel like they spent a lot of time on this, and I know, I feel like it should be pretty close. So, yes, but we're in no hurry. Yes, we had to open it up by this month, but we don't want to just not finish it. So we're hopefully end of July, August or so, to be able to, Squire Sebastian, Squire Tanner, do y'all agree with that timeline? Yep.
I don't see why not.
Yep. So we don't want to put it on a shelf and not complete it. We want to get this
Well,
thing
if-
passed
if-
and through.
If we get it all done and passed and the ordinance, it doesn't mean that if we find a problem area in it, it cannot be corrected, because it can.
That is true. Yep.
So we need to move forward, I
Yeah.
think, as expeditiously as possible,
Yeah.
actually.
Alrighty, well said. Thank you, Court. Alrighty, next I'm gonna invite Duke Wilburn up, our road superintendent, kind of give us an update on what's been going on. How you doing, sir?
Good evening, I'm doing well, how are y'all?
Good.
Thank you.
Just want to update the court on what the road crew's been doing since the last meeting. Of course, we got a mowing crew out every day, pretty much every day, depending on the weather, but for the most part. Culvert crew, normally every day. And then of course, the grapple truck, it's been running pretty hard since we had that windstorm on the 18th. And I do want to thank the fire department, because they helped us out a bunch that night, getting some roads opened up and stuff, so that is a big help. I think there was 3 of us that had to work on the 19th, just cleaning, driveways out of the roads and trees hanging in the roads and stuff like that, but and then on the 17th and 18th, we had the river cleanup. Help them with that, and that went pretty well. We did get our concrete pads poured for our new fuel tanks, so. Only thing we're waiting on there, the tanks are built, and we're just waiting on, fire marshal's office to give us a permit for it. We'll be ready. Move forward with that.
All right, any more questions do we have for Duke or?
I just want to thank you for all the work you all been doing in District 4. Everybody's called in, or called me, reached out, and done a great job. Really happy with everything you've done, and I just want to let you know I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I think the mowing crew's out in your district now, Mike.
Squire Westman.
Duke, I had a question Sunday, I think it was, a constituent asking that the county roads, you all went and paved the feet width on top of many culverts. Is there something, they're wondering what that was about?
What is it now?
Paint on where the culverts cross the roads throughout the county.
Oh, that was, Aaron.
My fault.
Yeah, I'm blaming that on you. Yeah, they marked every culvert in Franklin County, didn't you, as far as county roads go?
Yeah, any of the culverts that were affected by the flooding event were marked for FEMA so that we could get funds to reimburse us for clean out of those.
Yeah. So, that's what it is.
Several people were concerned that they were gonna have
Yeah,
streets dug up, and I said, no, that's not it. So
We've had a bunch of calls about it, but
Sorry.
Thank you.
it's all good.
Duke, I just want to say thank you as always. You know, you all are doing an amazing job. Squire Harrod's point, I mean, that was a ditch that we'd been talking about cleaning out there in Stedman Town for I don't know how many years, and it never got done, and never would get done, and they said there was a line in there, but it really wasn't. So I appreciate you all looking into things and taking action. And again, thanks for helping up at the park with the project. I know you all have to go back up there and take a couple more trees down as part of our demo thing, but can't thank you enough for all the things you've done up there, and it's really moved that project along. Charlie couldn't be with us tonight, but he called me this afternoon. They brought another dozer in there, and he's like, man, these guys are moving fast.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
They have moved a lot of dirt
Yeah,
in just
yeah.
a few days.
But, I mean, you gave them a head start by a month and a half probably, you know, because of
Yeah.
what you all did, plus you saved the county money. So I just want to say again, thank you very much for that.
Very welcome. We're, actually, I think John's been up there working the last couple of days. There was a couple pretty good clumps of trees that we were kind of holding out to make sure they had to come out. So Rising Sun confirmed that, and like I say, I think he's got about another half a day of working on that, and then should be in good shape. Yes, sir.
Has a half
Correct me
a hand there, I'm not sure.
Correct me if I'm out of order.
It was up and it was down, it was up and it was down.
Yes, we had a meeting, last week, Sherry and I, and we talked about, one of the things we talked about was, this lift y'all have. I think you had the money left over in the budget to buy that this year, have you, and you ordered that to?
They installed it today.
So then that purpose of that is to begin to think about doing our own maintenance, and I believe Justin told us there's 46 vehicles that the county owned that would be coming in for us to do the maintenance on it, or at least that was the proposal, the discussion that went on. Obviously, it was not anything firm done, but it looks like that we're going in the direction of, since we have the facility, we have the equipment, we might as well start doing our routine maintenance. We're talking about changing tires and oil and windshield wipers and things like that, but that'll save us a lot of money, and we've got the building and the expertise to do it.
We've already started that. I mean, you know, it's trying to get everybody in the habit of scheduling it and getting it going, but it's moving forward.
Justin's doing a great job with that, and then we've even talked about offering it to other agencies, but that's something that's gonna have to come to the court, because we'll have to set some rates and things like that, so, yeah, all is good. All right, Duke, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, we're gonna jump to the judge's report now. Finally closed on the clubhouse over there that we all agreed to sell, so that's exciting. Nathan Doyle is gonna be opening Rocky's Pub. There's Nathan with his dog Rocky. Brenneman's and Bucks, the food truck that's been around for a couple of years, will be their first brick and mortar. And today I received the official name of the restaurant. Their restaurant will be Farm Cut Kitchen. So that's exciting. And then they're also in one of the accessory buildings out there. There's going to be Willie Wax Golf Shack. I did say that a couple times. Willie Wax Golf Shop. So Garrett, I think who was part of that other original garage, is going to bring simulators out there, and they're going to set up golf simulators in the other building out there. So the only thing holding him up right now is his ABC license. He couldn't apply for that until it was legally his. So they're hoping mid to late July to have that place open. So they're working around the clock out there. So we wish them well. As you all know, just about everybody was there. We had the Lakeview Park Softball Complex groundbreaking. It was a wonderful event. A lot of good things were talked about there. So we finally, 3 years in the making. It was a great event, and like we talked about a little bit ago, they're moving pretty quick on it. So it's exciting to see. On the 6th, AT&T donated a $10,000 check to the Frankfurt Relief Fund. So we appreciate everything they do for our community. That same weekend on the 7th, there was a gun violence awareness. We did a proclamation. We didn't actually do one physically because the courthouse is closed, but the organization is really good. When they first approached me years ago, I thought it was kind of taking my guns away, but it's not. It's all about gun safety. It's about putting locks on guns, keeping guns out of kids' hands when friends are over. They're doing really good things, so we appreciate that group. Had a really good meeting with the KSU softball coach and the head of athletics at Kentucky State. We talked about how they could potentially use the park for tournaments and things like that once the complex is built. A lot of us were at the KCJEA KMCA joint conference, for the summer conference, and I think that was attended well. This next one's pretty cool. Tina Peck, our own senior planner, had given an abstract for the Kentucky Association of Mitigation Managers, and long story short, they loved it. And she's going to be speaking at the 2025 flood disaster on September 15th through the 18th. So she's going to be down there as a speaker about what she loves to do. So we're very proud of Tina and everything she does here with Franklin County.
Where will she be speaking?
It's down in Corbin, September 15th through the 18th, KAMMC conference. So it's a Kentucky Association of Mitigation Managers. So we can send you some more information on that if you'd like. Last night we had our first sports commission meeting. That was exciting. It's a great group of people who are willing to work hard to kind of look at everything in our community. So we went ahead and they got a chair, a treasurer, so they're going to be working on setting up a bank account and doing some legality things. So I guess the next step would be interlocal agreement. I think we have one more step of what we have to do with them and with the tourism department and things like that. So Eddie said to give him a call once they got an officers and all that done. So that's where we are. So that's right on track. So that's great. Had a really good opioids task force meeting this morning. I think we touched on a little bit. So that's going very, very well. Very appreciative of all of our wraparound services here in Franklin County. They are by far doing big things here in the state of Kentucky. So it's exciting. Went to the Kentucky National Guard Memorial Highway Dedication Ceremony today. That was cool. That's out there at our own Boone Center. So they went ahead from the area there at 60 all the way to Devil's Hollow Road is renamed to Kentucky National Guard Memorial Highway. And it was actually their 233 birthday also. So they had a cake. It was interesting trying to keep that cake cool today. They had all kinds of blankets and everything on it. It was sitting on ice packs and under a tent, and but they did it. It worked well. So, but it was a lot of good people. So, one touch base real quick. I don't know if everybody knows, but we are still working the donation center down there on 209 Home Street, and I'm very appreciative to our friends Todd and Francis Ryan for donating the facility. We couldn't have done it without them. It's open from 9 to 4 on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. They've already moved over 100 pieces of furniture in and out of that place. So it's very impressive, but they do need some help. So there had been one church organization that goes out once a week to pick up furniture in a truck, basically, in a trailer. It's been going on for weeks. They're kind of tired. So they're looking for some new volunteers that are willing to help out one day a week, either Tuesday or Wednesday, to just go around the Frankfurt area and pick up furniture from people and take it back down there. So if anybody watching is interested, or if you just want to, help out down at the place, there's a number there to call. Thanks, Max, because I know Ashley's been working down there a whole lot. She's been working remotely down there so somebody can be there, so very, very good. Yesterday I went out and checked out the new Ford dealership being built out near Cracker Barrel there off of Millville Road, so they were pouring footers. It's going very well. I talked to Patrick Tierney. I believe they're pouring footers too on their next building out there off Duncan Road, so I think part of the new building, the new employer is looking to even expand already. So this is exciting because that's more jobs for us. Last week I talked to, I can't remember her name, the lady who's developing the apartment complex there on Leestown Road, and I believe they're getting close to doing a groundbreaking. So I will let you all know once that's, once we can schedule that, and everybody will be invited. And then wanted to kind of bring to everybody's attention too, sometimes we get some verbiage going between city and county, but I just want to let everybody know that we do work together quite often. The city, unfortunately, is without building inspectors right now, so I appreciate Greg Smith, who on his days here, he's been helping the city take their workload because they have no building inspectors. So just want to kind of reiterate that we all do work together, and when somebody needs help, we're there to help them, and hopefully they'll get that position filled sooner than later. So that is all I have for my judge's report. Welcome, Max. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and jump right down into it. Any thoughts, concerns, comments on the minutes from our regular meeting of June 4th, 2025? Alrighty, seeing none. I don't know if he's here. He's not here. So the sheriff is looking to surplus 2 vehicles to donate to a school system. There you go. I was going to say, you know about this. You can probably explain it better than I can. Thank you.
Yes, to the court. First, thank you all for hearing us out today. I think the Sheriff Choir came before you at one of the last meetings to talk about this. We received a request from the Woodford County School Systems who have formed their own police department for the schools, and they were in need of some vehicles. We had previously surplused a couple of vehicles. It was a 2015 Dodge Charger and a 2016 Dodge Charger. One had 151,000 miles. The other one had 179,000 miles. We had already planned to surplus these vehicles. I think the value of them total is around $5,000. The court, you all have been very good to us. We're very fortunate. We're very blessed here in Franklin County, so we thought it would be a good deed, instead of surplusing those vehicles, maybe friending those vehicles to that local police department so they could have some vehicles until they can get up and running on their feet. So that is our request of the court, to grant us permission in order to do that. I think Max done a little research on that for us to see if we were allowed to do this legally, and of course he can speak to that if needed.
So KRS 67802 allows for personal and real property to be transferred from the county to another governmental agency. I reached out to Mr. Sutton, who I believe is in charge of this police force over in Woodford County. It's through the Woodford County Public Schools, and so that's where the law enforcement agency is actually originating from. The school board passed it several years back. There's case law in Kentucky that says that school boards, public school boards, are governmental agencies, and so I believe that we can make that transfer over under that provision.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
I think it's important to know that this does not affect our fleet at all. Our fleet is in really good shape. We were going to surplus these vehicles anyway. We took them off of our fleet that we're currently using because they became, when I say unsafe, I mean unsafe at the speeds that we drive from call to call, pursuits that we might get in, emergency calls that we may go to. But these vehicles would be perfect for them going from school to school or just doing errands within their normal law enforcement duties as far as a school police department is concerned.
Question for Chief. Thank you for
Thank
filling
you.
in there. Thank you.
And I can tell you in that phone conversation, they were very appreciative. I think they currently have one cruiser, so this
Yeah.
will substantially impact, because I think they've gone from, now they're gonna be in all the public schools there
Yes.
in Woodford County, so they are expanding their force and expanding their presence, much as we did here in Franklin County, and so
Yeah.
they were extremely appreciative.
That's correct. I think they have one vehicle for 7 officers.
Yeah.
So this will help them tremendously.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All righty, next, Max, I believe you're up to talk about the county attorney's excess fees.
So at one point in time, code check fee, excess fees were a lot. That is no longer the thing, and so this year it looks like a whopping $191.50. And so
Yeah.
I'm hoping that will
It adds up.
take us through the end of this fiscal year and pay a bill or two.
That's all right. All right, thank you. All righty, next, agenda 5, we have to pay some bills here for the clerk. It's pretty standard. They had a meeting last week. See no questions there. Aaron's up.
Hey y'all.
Please reintroduce yourself to the court and anybody watching on TV, Facebook land, or YouTube, wherever it is.
My name's Erin McCauley and I work for ER Assist, and this is my coworker. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Bryn Arnao.
So as you all know, we hired Erin and her company to help us navigate the wonderful world of FEMA and all those things that come with it during our disaster. Part of the stage that we are now is people realizing it might not be worth to rebuild, it might not be feasible, et cetera. We can go on and on. So Erin, I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Yeah, so what we're here to talk about is the NRCS program that allows buyouts for individuals. It's a voluntary program, and NRCS would purchase the property that would go back to the county, and the county would acquire the property indefinitely. It would become parkland after that. So again, a voluntary program, but actually Brent has been working on this in Eastern Kentucky for Letcher County and Perry County from the 2022 flooding event that they had out there. She's done almost 300 homes in this program. She works for ER Assist, same company. And so she's going to kind of give some more information about how this will work for Franklin County.
So, like Erin said, it is a voluntary program. People can sign up. They don't have to go through with it. They have until they sign the deed to back out. So there's no harm in just signing up. So they would get a fair market value for their property. It's a pre-flood value appraisal if they owned it at the time of the flood. Usually these appraisals have been a lot higher than people think they have been. On top of that, for primary residences, there's a comparable housing allowance. So on top of that appraised amount, there's a $31,000 additional amount on top of that. That's to kind of make up for the difference of moving out of the floodplain, the cost of repairing their homes that they might have lost out on, and that window between the flood and the county purchasing their property. So how that process would work is that we'd start with a title search, a 60-year title search to ensure there's no ownership issues. We'd move into an appraisal, a review of the appraisal, an environmental review. We'd make the purchase offer. They can accept, they can decline, they can do what they want. And then from there, the county would purchase that property. At closing, there's a deed restriction on top of that, so nothing can be built there ever again. They could do a park, community garden, you could do something like that, but no permanent structures could ever be on that property ever again. So, and the government's not coming in to put in an apartment complex on it or anything like that. So, after closing, we do an asbestos survey, abatement if needed, and then demolition. So that's kind of how that process works. It sounds like a simple process, but it can take a while. We've still have some buyouts from the 2022 flood in Eastern Kentucky, so it is a lengthy process, but most people have been very, very grateful for it. So right now, I believe there's only 14 that have signed up, but there's an estimated 30 that might sign up. So we got the numbers in front of you. We averaged $350,000 for that appraised value, so that's kind of what we use to get our number. So It's 75% federal and then 25% local share. However, there is a grant that would cover 20% of that 25%, so the county would only be responsible for 5% of the admin costs, so the title search, appraisal, environmental review, asbestos survey, all of those costs that went into it. So the county would only be responsible for 5% of that. So roughly estimated, that would be a little under $10,000 per property. So that would be, for estimated 30 properties, around $300,000 local share. So we just ask you to approve that not to exceed amount for that local share.
Okay. Before we get going, I want to thank, we ran this through finance, so I know Squire Dykes and Squire Sebastian has their hand up, so I'm going to go ahead and let Squire Sebastian go ahead and ask her question.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
make a point of clarification. The word county is used here, and what that means is the unincorporated area of Franklin County. It does not include the incorporated area of the city. It's the
Correct.
unincorporated
Yep.
area of Franklin County.
Yep.
Just to be
Yep.
clear.
And then before I call on you, so I'm going to meet with the mayor in the morning. We're talking about doing a town hall. I know there's a couple of people in the audience here, but I think, and I want to appreciate Logan's back there, kind of trying to hide from me, but he can't hide too well, yeah. But I just saw you reminded me, so he's with Soil Conservation at USDA. So very appreciative of all his work and his team. But I think once we decide on the town hall date, that will be the place that we all need to advertise for everybody to come. Even if they just have questions, their house doesn't have to be condemned. They could just be wanting to research it a little bit. We can talk timelines, we can talk things like that. Even in our group, in a committee meeting, we kind of came up with just some rough numbers, like say it's a $200,000 house, after everything, what would their actual check be? Some things like that. So they're working on some graphs and things like that to help for that meeting once we get there. So Squire Harris, go ahead.
You mentioned demolition, so that's all covered under FEMA when everything's purchased and bought?
It's an NRCS program, the
This
Natural
is separate from
Conservation
FEMA.
Service.
This isn't a FEMA program.
Okay, well,
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
But what I'm
so
saying
that
is,
would, that would fall under the admin costs, so the county would pay 5% of whatever costs for demo, 5% of whatever costs for appraisal.
But
so
it would be
forth.
gone?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
That was
completely
my
gone.
question.
The grass, whatever, it's completely gone.
I want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at here, which sometimes I don't. The breakdown per home, it says 25% local share of administrative fees is 5,000 and change. Then it says 5% more, which is 4,000
So let me
change.
help. Okay, so we've broken this into what the county is going to be responsible for. So they're responsible, the county is choosing to pay for the administrative fees, which, okay, I'm going to give you. Here's what we consider the administrative fees. Does everybody want a copy of this?
Yeah.
You have enough?
I do.
Prepared.
So there's the administrative fees. Should I wait until I get back to the mic?
Yes, please. And when Aaron's done, I'm gonna call on Amy, because I know Amy might have a couple things, because she's been in all these meetings with us. And then I would like Logan to get up and speak a little bit, if you don't mind. But go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, so this form or this sheet that I just gave you kind of breaks down what we're considering the administrative fees. You can look at it as closing costs or administrative fees, but it's essentially what each home is estimated to cost for each property closing. So the county is going to pay for 100% of the administrative fees, which is 25% of the grant. So if you're looking at the columns here, you can see what the total cost is, $20,550, sorry. That's the estimated cost. And then the federal share, NRCS, is going to pay 75% of that. And so the county government would pay the $5,000 balance. Does that make sense? So that's the first section of it, right? So that's where we're getting that $5,000 amount. And then the second amount is the 5% of the local share. So we're going to apply for a grant that would pay 20% of the 25% local share. That would leave 5% left, which the county would be responsible for. So that's where you get your second dollar amount. And then when you add those up, that's how you get your per dollar amount, per home amount, and then we're estimating 30 homes are going to be registered with this program that are going to be interested.
But I do want to clarify something. So we're confident that 75% is there. I think the thing we don't know for sure is the 20% from the state.
Correct.
We've talked to them, but until we apply and send everything in, we won't know that 100%.
Yeah, the county is only going to be responsible for the 5%. If there is a balance of 20%, then that would fall on the homeowner. We hope that that doesn't happen. We hope that we do get this grant to cover that, but we can discuss that at the town hall meeting more specifically and how that would look for the owner of the property.
Yeah.
So the maximum is estimated for 30 homes, the maximum expenditure without the consideration of the 20% that we may get is $300,000 effectively.
Correct.
So-
Yeah, essentially that number is cut in half if we get the
If we get the
grant
20%.
amount. Yeah.
And we just need to approve something so we can start the application process. We're not spending any money now. It might be, it's probably the next budget, but it's just, we have to legally do this.
And that's the key. The
Yeah.
key to this is we had to come up with some figures
Yeah.
to bring to this body to have
Start
a
it.
pot available, or we can't do anything with it. So the finance committee's been working
Yeah.
really hard, and had several meetings in short order. But we didn't have information to bring to the court. We didn't have information to share with the public. So we have to bring it to the court first.
Yep.
Rather than trying to put misinformation out there because we weren't sure what this body would come up with.
We
So
tried to get as
we're
close as
trying
we
to-
could.
Yes,
Yeah, before we
This has
kind
been
of
a-
gave you all.
a lot of work.
Amy, do you have any
A lot of
thoughts or anything? Because you've worked this whole thing with us too. And
Well, just to keep in mind, this is not budgeted, it would come from reserves, but it probably will go over several budget years. So we'll amend that in as needed.
Okay, thank you.
yes, they will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Little rainy day fund.
So, one other thing, and I've said this from the first moment I've stepped
Oh, I
on the
know where you're
court.
going. Yep.
This is what our reserve is for.
Yeah.
It is to take care of people here.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I
No.
plant my flag in that ground
Yep.
every day,
Yep.
at every meeting.
Same. And we did talk about that at the meeting, and I think we all agreed that that
Yeah.
is the most important thing that we can do right now.
Yeah. Logan, would you mind coming up and talking just for a second? Maybe introduce yourself, and because you've been a big help during all this, so I just want to say thank you publicly.
So
Yeah.
I'm Logan Stevens. I'm the District Conservationist for NRCS. That's the Natural Resource Conservation Service. I work in Frankfort every day. I cover Franklin, Woodford, and Anderson counties. Our agency covers things along these, every now and then, these natural disasters through the Emergency Watershed Protection Program, EWP. That's the 75% cost share that we're doing. It does not declare a FEMA disaster. Our state conservationist has declared that. So we are good to go ahead and start doing the work. They've said nationally there's a large pot of money for this program, but that's natural disasters all over the entire country. So that pot's going to slowly dwindle. So the quicker we get on to deciding how much we want to move forward with, that way we know that money's at least ear tagged for us. We have to do something called a DSR, a Disaster Survey Report. I've already done that. It's waiting just a couple small tweaks before we send it to Washington DC. They approve it, and then we have the money sitting there in our account. So as you're going through the process, you'll do the title search. Once you get to the point that you're ready to purchase the property, we'll move money into your account, and then you'll have so long to purchase the property. Then so long for some people to move out, and then you'll do the demolition of the project. The project has to either go into grass or trees, something along those lines, because it's conservation easement that you'll hold forever. So I'm working with kind of everybody. I've talked to people on the phone constantly. I've looked at the river in many locations here, Anderson County, Woodford. There's no way to fix the river. I mean, it costs millions of dollars. This is the best option we have.
All right, thank you very much, Logan. I appreciate you being here. Squire Wisman.
A couple things for you all. There's been some just silly rumors going around in the community that I just want to clarify. This is a voluntary program entirely, right? No one is
Absolutely.
forcing you
Yes.
to give up your property
Yes.
in any way. How does a payout work with your insurance if you had flood insurance that is, you're working through making yourself
Yeah,
whole? Do you
sure.
have to repay any part of that?
Yes, so it's called duplication of benefits, and we have to look at FEMA assistance, which it's not a declared disaster, so there shouldn't be any, and then insurance. So it depends on what they got insurance for. You know, if they got home repair insurance, we'll look for receipts for that. If they didn't, you know, they took that money and they put a down payment on a new home, it's considered a duplication of benefits, and we deduct that from the purchase offer amount. So we look for receipts, we look for what that insurance was for, and it really depends on what it was for, what receipts they have, and we go from there. So yes, there is a potential to deduct money, but we look at absolutely everything before we have to do that. So that is a potential.
And can you speak a little bit about what becomes of the property afterwards? That once the land is cleared, it's owned by the local government, either the city or the county, in perpetuity, right?
Yes.
It can never be bought out by, say, a local distillery to be
Correct.
used for any other purpose, right?
Yes, correct. It would remain in county property forever. There's a deed restriction that's attached at closing, so it can never change. That deed restriction has a list of things that can and can't happen to that property. You could put a park there, you could put a community garden, you could do a couple things like that. You could do, you know, plant trees to help have a stream buffer. You could do something like that, but you can't ever build anything on it ever again.
And when these places are demolished, is there a precedent for things not just being pushed in and buried so that there could be community uses like gardens and other spaces?
There's demolition requirements. We get a demo packet for every single property. They can bury clean fill, so like cement blocks, they could bury those, but there's a very detailed list of, it has to be 2 feet below the grade, there has to be a geotextile on top of that specific kind of gravel, and then they put dirt over that, and then they mound it. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, so it will be very flat, it'll be very clear. So you can bury stuff, but they're very particular on what you can bury and how that is buried.
And just, sorry, bear with me,
No, you're fine.
several questions. I walked an
Yeah,
entire
sure.
neighborhood that got flooded, and I'm trying to regurgitate these because I've heard all these from neighbors. If you have a property that you want to sell a portion of because it was flooded, but maybe some element like an outbuilding or commercial building and a residential, one flooded and the other didn't, how would those be treated?
So NRCS does not allow you to split your property unless the part you want to split is not in the floodplain. So if you have an acre and part of it is not in the floodplain, you can section off that part that's not in the floodplain. If the whole thing is, you have to sell the whole portion, because the purpose of this program is to, you know, prevent future flood damage in that space. So if they leave part of it and they keep a home there or put a shed there and that shed gets flooded again, you know, that would have to be federally funded potentially for assistance, that kind of thing. So if it's not in the floodplain, potentially, yes, you could split it. If the whole thing is, then no, you have to sell the whole thing.
And the removal of things that are on the property just really generally extends to the man-made built environment, right? That you leave trees and vegetation.
Yes, they won't touch anything they don't have to. They will only take septic tanks, property itself. There's wells, they have to be capped. They will take everything but trees, bushes, that kind of stuff.
I think that covers all the questions I got, so thank you.
Yeah.
And the one thing I was, thinking about this as we work through this process, I'm not gonna say fear would be, this house wants to take it, this one doesn't, this house wants to take it, and then we have a maintenance problem. So I talked to Logan a little bit, Soil Conservation has some plans. I thought about even talking to Reforest Frankfurt, potentially depending on how many we have, and maybe next year's Reforest Frankfurt is on the lots that we end up getting, so there's not a maintenance and it can help hold the riverside. Squartan.
I have some questions so the requirement is not, the building does not have to be condemned. So did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, it just has to have first floor water damage, and that could be a crawl space or a basement. It just has to have water in it.
It has to have water damage.
Yes, or it had to have had proof of water in it. It might not have caused damage, but if you can show that there was water in it, then you could argue.
So it doesn't, it's not specific to being in the floodplain.
Yes, so if it just got flooded.
If it just got flooded, it didn't have to be in the floodplain.
Yes.
So
Just have to have proof of first floor water damage. So that could be basement or crawl space.
That might open a lot more because there's a whole lot of water running downhill.
Yeah, there's no downside to applying. I mean, we've had plenty of people sign up. They're not in the floodplain at all. They don't think they could get in it. NRCS reviews it and accepts it. So there's no downside to applying. Even if they didn't get damaged, we can always just tell them no. So if you have constituents that aren't that sure, just tell them to sign up just in case, and then
Well, that gave me
review it.
a little bit of deeper thought maybe, but following up on what Squire Whisper said, part of this property might not have been in the floodplain. It didn't got a building on it. So that don't go, you can't get, that don't go in the whole lot? You confuse me a little bit, which is easy to do.
They'll purchase the whole property, even if just part of it was flooded.
That's not residential.
Yes, it is just residential properties, yes.
Nothing commercial.
No commercial properties.
Well, okay,
Yeah, so that
I
could be
was speaking
residential
about
or-
commercial property.
Yeah, residential or rental properties. So, I mean, if you have a property and just part of it flooded, it's still considered part of the property. They're not gonna section it just because it didn't get flooded. If, a little tiny section of your house got flooded, that still counts.
So we use FEMA flood maps, right?
Yes,
So that's
yes.
where you get your
So
information
whatever's
about
deeded
whether,
in that property has to go.
if it's all in the
If it's in the
floodplain.
floodplain.
Yes.
Correct.
But if it's not in the floodplain and you still got water damage in the home,
That's would
so
still count.
explain how that works.
Then you
So
still
the home
qualify
goes
for
and
the
you keep the
program.
rest of the
Yes.
property?
You can, if a property
But
owner
you-
wants
but
to keep
you-
it, they can,
Well, that's-
but they don't have to. You don't have to section it, it's just, if there's a little building a property owner wants to keep and it didn't get flooded and it's not in the floodplain, they could keep that if they wanted to.
These are great questions for the town hall. So tonight, what you're asking is to basically an agreement with ERSys to help do all the paperwork, professional services, and then you're asking the court to allocate that money as needed, when needed, through Amy.
Up to.
Right,
Up
so
to,
we're
yeah,
saying
yeah.
up to 300,000,
Yeah,
so
up
we're
to.
rounding up slightly from the
Yep.
number that we're showing on the paper that I provided to
Yep.
you. Up to 300,000, that the county would be responsible for this program.
Yep. I was looking at Amy to make sure.
Do we have anyone have any idea how many homes in the city what might be
I
eligible?
think we have 15 that are signed up currently, is that right?
For county, right?
They're
Oh, in the
working on it
city?
too, Squire.
City, I think there's 2.
They have 2 right now.
Yeah.
Two.
In the meeting, two was the discussion.
Yeah, they have 2 right
But
now.
again, that's a city thing.
Yeah, and they're working on that. So,
Yeah, so the city and the county are individually handling their
Yeah,
NRCS
of course.
programs.
We represent everyone, and
Yep.
would like to have information for
Yep.
for
Yeah,
everybody. so.
absolutely, absolutely.
alrighty. Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Logan.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Okay,
your
and then I
time.
think we have part 2. Are we up next?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the second thing is to update our contract so that ERSys can manage the NRCS program for you. So this is reimbursable by NRCS, so 100% reimbursable by NRCS. Our contract would increase by $300,000 to cover the cost for us to manage that program for you. And those invoices from ERSys would be reimbursable monthly from NRCS. So, it's just the task order, the task order that we are increasing. So this is in addition to the contract that we already have in place for the disaster management that we're doing through FEMA.
Yep. Any questions? Alrighty, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I believe we have Charlie, and I think Ashley's coming to assist a little bit too there, right?
I'll start.
How are you doing? Please state your name, sir. And who you're affiliated with.
My name is Charlie Kendall, and I'm the board coordinator for the Agency for Substance Abuse Policy for Franklin County. I came here about 10 months ago and asked you to join with me in a memorandum of understanding to help us fund a community outreach position. You agreed to that. You also agreed at the same time, or asked me to make sure that I applied for renewed funding since this money was coming from the State Opioid Abatement Commission. I did that. I was successful in getting those funds, and I'm here again then to ask you to approve this MOU. This one includes money not just for the position, as I did the last time, but also for the fringe benefit, as I promised I would do. So I've done all the things that you've asked me to do. You have helped immensely this community through the current MOU, and Ashley's going to talk to you a little bit about it, but I wanted to give you a heads up, and that is that this past year, the year that we have just applied for, fiscal year 26, with the State Opioid Abatement Commission, They ask that if you are applying for funds to continue the same work that you had been doing in FY25, that you reduce your ask by 25%. And they did that as a matter of policy because they're trying to get communities to invest in these remedies. And so they wanted to see sustainability. The only exception to that is if what you were proposing was an expansion of what you had done last year. We had an expansion. Thanks to Ashley and the work that she did, we identified an at-risk group of young men, women that were below the radar in many ways, except for perhaps schools and police officers. And out of that came what we are referring to now as the Safe Streets Initiative. And I'll let her explain that a little bit more, but I wanted you to know that because we put that in our budget for this next year, we were able to fund the position entirely. We can't do that again. Yeah. because we can only expand so much. There's only so much that this position can do. But anyway, we thank you very much for your support. The one specific thing that we asked last time we wanted to accomplish was to apply for the Recovery Ready certification for Franklin County, which is done by the Volunteers of America, and it's part of a statewide program. That has been accomplished. We applied in January, thanks to Ashley's help and some other community members. We're still waiting to be visited. We think we're going to be visited in July, but when that happens, it'll be time for a great celebration because we will be certified as a recovery-ready community. And I'll let Ashley describe the work that she does. Ashley King.
Ashley King. So he mentioned the Safe Streets Initiative, which was something that I kind of realized was falling under the radar, maybe, like he said, not with the police or the courts, but kind of the community a little bit, was our at-risk and high-risk juveniles. We have had a significant rise in gun violence in our youth and substance use, but really gun violence. We had around 14 instances gun-related with juveniles from November to January. So that kind of sparked me to get with the courts and local law enforcement and the schools and the prosecutors and kind of talk about starting this Safe Streets Initiative task force where we all kind of communicate on the kids we're seeing, the neighborhoods, the families, and what we can do to combat this. And so some of the things that the sheriffs and I have worked on is they're now, for example, starting gun safety information, I think, talking to kids and families during the back-to-school bashes for Franklin County Public Schools. Kind of like Judge Mueller said earlier, this is not a take your guns away thing, but if you're going to have them, you need to make sure your children are safe and your family's safe. And something else that we have started in partnership with Juvenile Court and the Wanda Robinson Foundation and Thornhill, they are letting us use our space, is Operation Making a Change, which is a program based out of Lexington, and it is for high-risk juveniles to kind of go, and it's a mentorship, and they kind of teach them responsibility, accountability, things like that, and the coordinator is phenomenal and kind of shows them a better way of life to go not down that path and kind of get them out of the court system. And so we partner with, like I said, Wanda Joyce, Thornhill, and Juvenile Court. They're ordering some of these kids to do this program, and then we have some that are doing voluntarily. We have 10 coming right now, and this is our summer course, and it's going really well. I told Charlie, he said it's kind of early, because this is just our third week, to see a difference, but I really already have. Some of our kids who I thought would be a little hard to get to are wanting to go to extra programs at Thornhill. Thornhill's teach them how to work a Cricut machine and make shirts, and these kids are wanting to go do those things, and we're trying to get them to do more things outside of the house, and so they're not, you know, in the house doing something that they shouldn't be doing, or in the streets doing something they shouldn't be doing. So we've worked to identify a lot of these individuals, and hopefully we can continue that after the summer. So that's one thing I've been working on, and some updates kind of with the county attorney's office. I work a lot with drug court, which has been really helpful. I've been able to kind of help drug court look outside of what they do and get these people into NA or fatherhood and reentry programs. They partner with ESRs, kind of things like that, and work with their families as well, kind of looking at it as a family approach to their sobriety. So that's been really great. I'm trying to think of what else. With the sheriff's office, sometimes their deputies will call me and say, we just went on a well-being check, and this woman got custody of her grandkids. They need car seats. And I've been able to go get them car seats and then give them resources for, like that happened on a Sunday, I think, Monday, for them to call and get clothes and connect them with Wanda Joyce and get the kids in crush programs. I successfully got 2 women in domestic violence situations into Greenhouse 17, which is a domestic violence shelter in Lexington. It is impossible, but, you know, it's good, and Greenhouse 17 is great. So I just kind of serve as like a resource coordinator. They don't have to be told to call this person, this person, this person. They come to me, and I can hopefully get them to the right direction and the right people, so.
Ashley, thank you very much. We
problem.
appreciate you being part of the team.
Thank you.
You know, I think we were missing, for county government, we've been missing the position like that. And I'm appreciative that Max stepped up and Charlie was helping. It's definitely a team effort in everything we do here. Squardikis.
I just want to say too, I mean, she's killing it, y'all. She is killing it. She was the right person for this position.
Thank you.
But on top of all of those things, because again, I get to talk to you several times a week, but on top of all of that, she's also doing so much flood relief work.
Yes,
Like,
and the flood donation
all
site.
the time. Like, I don't know how she's doing everything she's doing, but she's doing a great job. So I just want to thank you very much for all of your work.
And we appreciate you for getting that building in place. It has been, you touched on it a little bit, but we have helped with the clothes donation site that we had and the furniture site, you know, over 100 families just at the flood donation site for furniture, and we are still seeing about the same 20, 30 families coming in as they're, you know, getting in their homes or getting apartments. Some of them are still in the hotel. So, you know, we're seeing these families come in, you know, every time we're open looking for things, and we really appreciate that building because it's been phenomenal.
I want to say too, and I don't know how many people know that this is happening, like, every day now. We have people who have lost their housing and now have lost their jobs. So, I mean, we have got some serious issues. I mean, there are, I'm not even going to get on my soapbox because you know me, I won't shut up. But it's crazy.
And that is another good thing about me being down there, honestly, and being able to work from the flood site when I'm there is we do have people come in that have lost their jobs, or honestly, some of them are like, I relapsed. And they know, you know, they might know me from when I worked at the jail, or they know me from the courts, and they'll say, you know, Ms. King, I relapsed, and I'm able to go to Thornhill. Here's NA. Here's a therapist that you can go to, you know, if they're going through something. So it's been a blessing that I've been able to be down there and, you know, reach these people in their vulnerable moments.
Good. Any other questions for Charlie or Ashley on this agenda item, Court? All righty, keep doing the good work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All righty, next I believe Leah's with us. How are you doing tonight?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I know we're used to seeing Judy, but I heard she was feeling under the weather. So we are
Yes.
very appreciative that you are with us tonight.
Yes, so I'm Leah Aubrey, the nurse administrator in the clinic, medical clinic at Franklin County Health Department. And historically, the health department has provided a variety of preventive health services to staff that are employed by Franklin County, just like the fireman physicals are something we routinely do. And we've also provided in the past vaccinations or blood testing, hearing tests, whatever is needed. So included in the contract is a menu of those services. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have about the proposed contract for fiscal year '26.
Could you hit the highlights on, like, the big changes, whatever they were? You know, I know we did this last year, but just in case anybody's wondering, I believe during our meeting, this finance, right?
And the finance.
Yeah, but I think there was just a couple items that either, you know, some of them went down a couple dollars, but, you know, if there's one, I think there's one or two kind of that
Some
stuck out.
vaccination costs went up, so.
Yes, the majority of the vaccines cost went up from anywhere from $5 to $20. That was sort of average based on the cost of the vaccine and then just our cost of doing business. So very slight increases on vaccines. The firefighter physicals, which we routinely do, the cost has stayed the same, will stay the same in the future year, except for firefighters who are 40 years or older, and that's, there's an increase in cost just for those, so that we can include an
Keep
extra,
my mouth shut on that one.
an extra blood test. Yes.
I know. Chief just walked in, I was like, drink my water here.
And then, so that was the biggest, that's the only considerable price increase, and that's just to cover the cost of that lab cost, where we send off the blood to the lab. And everything else were minimal increases, just cost of business and our cost to purchase the vaccines.
And then, real quick, before I put this up, so basically, we're looking for not to exceed $18,000. Do you remember what it was this budget year? Or Amy, I'm trying to remember, we talked
No,
about that.
I do not know.
It was like 15 or 16,000 maybe?
Yes.
So it's gone up a little bit, but.
And so far this year, and we're close to the end of the fiscal year, but it's 12,182
There you go.
is what we've,
Perfect.
you all have spent this year.
Actual numbers.
Or
yeah.
what you've been billed or invoiced so far.
Any questions for Leah while she's with us tonight? All righty. Thanks for all the work you do in our community. Thank you very much. All righty. Now I believe Tiffany is with us. Hey, how are you doing, Tiffany?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Yep. Ready for me to go?
Jump right in.
All right. I'm the Director of Workforce Services. My name is Tiffany Reeves. On your agenda is the approval of the interlocal agreement. Under WIOA law is what our program falls under. We, just a minute, I've lost my train of thought. Right there, just lost my train of thought. Under WIOA law, the interlocal agreement serves as a formal contract between the local units of government within a designated workforce development area. Franklin County falls within the Bluegrass. There are 17 counties that we have in the Bluegrass area. The purpose of the interlocal establishes the collaborative framework for administering workforce development programs through a designated area. The area is designated by the governor. The participating local governments identify and authorize a chief elected official to act upon their behalf in key governance. In the Bluegrass, that's our executive committee of the governing board. It's 6 county judges and the mayor, right? The interlocal agreement has been in place since 1998, whenever it was WIA instead of WIOA. I don't know which questions, like I don't know what I'm supposed to present here. It's so common to me. What questions do you have would be better?
Well, first of all, I think it's important that, you shared with me that out of the 17 counties, we're your favorite. So, I mean, I think we talk about that first.
Well, you know
That's a
what?
good starting.
Well, my daughter lives here in Franklin County,
There you
so I
go.
spend a whole lot of time here,
I
and
thought I'd
she
get
is,
that out of the way, Tiffany.
Yep.
So,
Unless-
any questions for Tiffany on the agreement?
look, Mammy Macheetos, all that's here. That's good stuff.
Really, you're gonna make us hungry. You see how
Yep.
big our agenda is?
I know. I get to leave and go
Yeah,
eat there
exactly.
afterwards.
I've got one or two.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Spartan.
sir.
Maybe more than that, but just a couple to start with.
Yes,
Number
sir.
one, you said there was 6 governing body, the executive, is that what you said? Just now?
On our executive committee, the governing board, right? So you have your 17
Yeah.
chief elected officials, okay? So they elect 7. Technically, it's 7.
Does it say in here anywhere of that? In this
Yes.
document? Where?
Just one second.
I couldn't find it either.
I don't see it. And it may be there, I'm pretty slow sometimes.
Just one second.
Governing board number 3.
You're
I think
gonna
so, number
go.
3, right, governing
Where
board.
does it say 6?
Yes, it's on the
3?
governing board. There's 7. It's 6 judge executives and the mayor of Fayette
It don't
County.
say 6. It says plus 5 additional members. It don't even say who they are.
Okay, so your Leos vote, right? You have the 17 judge executive, well, the 16 judge executives and the mayor, right? They come together and vote. Currently, the governing board, which it expires on June 30th, currently the governing board is Mayor Gordon, Judge Williams of Bourbon County, Judge Kay of Woodford County, Judge Hamilton of Nicholas County, Judge Gritton of Anderson County, Judge Taylor of Madison County, and Judge West,
Jackson,
Nicholas, yeah. So you're upcoming, because we had a meeting, it was early June. The upcoming governing board of the executive committee will be Judge Steele from Mercer County, Mayor Gordon from Fayette County, Eddie Barnes from Powell County, Judge Bottoms from Boyle County, Judge Williams from Bourbon County, Judge Watson from Estill County, and Judge Adams from Lincoln County. So that's,
it's not clear to me in here at all, period, that there's 6 members plus, talks about 5 additional members, but all of them, that could be me and you and 3 other people in here.
okay, so you have the 16 judge executives, right, and the mayor. The executive committee shall be a co-chief local elected official will serve as the co-chairs. So you have.
Well, that's all of them, the way I read it, because it starts out, each chief executive officer is the county judge or the mayor, is that correct?
They are.
Okay, so then, it looks to me like they're all there, plus 5 additional members.
No. Of the 17, those are picked.
Well, because I'm there, so I understand.
Yeah.
I have another question, which I think this has got to be cleared up. For me, it has to be cleared up. The other thing is on page 2, it says, whereas the parties desire to terminate and replace all prior interlocal agreements. What is all? All of them that might exist anywhere?
No.
That's what he said, all of them.
Okay, this is just for
Well,
the workforce
It needs to say
services.
it's for all prior, that deal with this document, but he doesn't say that.
Okay, so what would you like it to say?
Well, I wouldn't want you to replace all prior interlocal agreements if there's some with the fire department and some with the police department.
No.
It didn't say that, it says all of them.
This is very specific to workforce services.
Well, maybe you should say all prior interlocal
Whereas the
agreements as
Workforce
specific to
Innovation
that.
and Opportunity Act, with all respect, sir, in the 3rd paragraph, whereas the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, that is what the services that we provide in the Workforce Department cover. And those services are at your Kentucky Career Centers. Okay, we have 3 brick and mortars, right? We have one in Lexington, we have one in Madison County, and we have one in Danville. So that is all that this is pertaining to. This is a reoccurring, it's the exact same interlocal agreement that was signed, has been signed every 5 years since 1998.
I wasn't here then.
What? Well, I understand that, sir. But this is just pertaining to workforce services.
I personally would like to see this cleared up before I vote on it, but there's other people.
If you don't mind, County Attorney, have you reviewed this document?
Yes.
Can you turn your mic on, please? Is there any, do you feel like this is okay for our workforce development contract?
Yes. That's what it pertains to, that's the only thing.
That's the only thing.
So,
Squire Sebastian.
thank you.
Yes.
So as the writer of the 1998 plan, who traveled all over the country for workforce investment.
Oh,
that
awesome.
would be me.
Awesome.
I can speak to this just a little bit, Richard.
Go right ahead.
Just to help a little bit here. So if you'll look on page 2, at the top, the first whereas clause talks about that this is in regard to workforce development system. That's all this is about. I know you referenced like law enforcement and other things.
Yes.
This agreement is only about that. It goes on in here to talk about one-stop systems, et cetera, where people go to look for employment opportunities. This is purely about that and nothing else.
It's a one-stop deal, it's supposed to be, that's what I understand it.
Yes, so all this,
And-
this agreement, this interlocal period is only about that. It is not about aging and independent living.
No.
Because there are a number of other services that are provided there under other interlocal agreements. This is only about workforce services. And it mentions that multiple places, but in these first series of whereas clauses, it very specifically does talk about workforce development systems and how the federal act devolves itself down to the state level, and then you have to have workforce investment areas, workforce investment and opportunity areas now across the Commonwealth. The governor designates those, we're in the bluegrass area. I don't know if that helped.
Oh,
or
no,
not.
I can understand.
Yep.
I understand everything you said here, and I understand that we're talking about one specific thing, which is the workforce development, but the problem I had with it was it said all of them. They didn't say those pertaining to the workforce development. It ain't what it said, but.
So would, if that final whereas clause on page 2 before the now therefore, maybe if that was cleaned up, because I'm going to make some statements here of some things that have to be cleaned up in this document.
Okay,
It
go ahead.
refers to things that don't even exist anymore.
Well, I have a serious problem with the governing board too,
So-
not being clear.
Yeah,
Probably more than interlocal agreement being canceled.
so maybe there's some,
Right, but I think the issue's gonna be, if they already have this go in front of all these other counties, having to redo it. So that's why I'm gonna lean on
So-
our county attorney again,
you
as far
can
as.
lean right on it, but I'm going to explain to you that there is no longer an education and workforce development cabinet. It mentions it several
It's
places.
the education and labor.
That is correct. So.
I can get that
we're-
adjusted, that's not a big deal.
So that
Because
has to be
they-
cleaned up in multiple places in here. There's also no DWI anymore. It's the Department of Workforce Development, not Department for Workforce Investment. That's gone. So they're just some things, just some small, minor things that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, the state's
they're-
changed, they
because they're-
changed names, because Office of Employed Apprenticeship is no longer going to be called Office of
Right.
Employed Apprenticeship.
Right, but it's in several places in here. It's just
Okay.
it's minor things. There
Yeah.
are offices there in place, but those things need to be cleaned up in here. And to Squire Tanner's point, if there is considerable concern about replace the wording, because I highlighted it. I highlighted that as well, where it says the parties desire to terminate and replace all prior interlocal cooperative agreements with this agreement. It potentially could be construed, so I think all he's asking for is in this place, maybe it says in regard to workforce development systems. If you added that, that may clean that up
Yeah, that would
for
clean
Squire
it.
Tanner. But
That would clean that up. It certainly says, yeah.
I just flagged that as because of.
So Tiffany, if you change that and then just make the changes with the name of the new names of the departments for the state, there wouldn't be any need for you to take this back in front of everybody else, would it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is.
They will all have to re-sign it.
I was looking as well, there seems to be some revisions and repeals in KRS that's applicable in 2020 that I was trying to thumb through as well, that I was concerned may need to be revised.
Let me get back to you on this.
Yep, so I'm just saying,
Yeah.
we're signing something with a cabinet that no longer exists. We're signing something in regard to a department that no longer exists.
It still exists, they've just literally renamed it.
That is,
They renamed it, they renamed
They
it.
did.
I'm just saying,
Couple
they
of years
renamed it,
ago.
and I understand.
so I'm not real.
Okay. So let me make sure I have it clear, right? On the part of all, you want it to say in regard to only the workforce development system.
Well, that would clear that up, yes.
Okay. And then we will update the
Cabinet and the
names.
department.
But I also think that it needs to be clear that there's 6 members, 5 additional members in the chair. Does that make 6? Is
There's-
that where you're getting it?
There's co-pleos, there's 2. There will always be the mayor
Will always be
of
the
Fayette
mayor.
County and 1 other judge executive, plus 5 additional members.
I would agree with Richard, the way it reads, just
Yeah, I
because
don't
that
know,
one
maybe.
parenthesis, that it's redundant a little bit, the co-chairs and executive committee, parentheses with the chairs alternating for each, plus 5 each additional members. It doesn't reference that the 5 additional members are directly to that executive committee or the governing board. It's all in one sentence. So
Okay.
I would agree with him that
Okay.
that could be cleaned up.
So I
What
guess-
else?
May I ask a question, Judge? Thank you. Since we have a meeting next week, and that would put this in force prior to July 1. I'm sorry, am I saying something that's?
No,
wrong?
no, I'm just thinking, because I don't think it's just our court, it's all the other ones she's already been in front of. trying to figure out
Correct.
how.
You all are the last.
Good to know we're the most thorough.
Hmm?
Good to know we're the most thorough.
I will get with our legal department. I will reach out to Walter Gay and Mag and see if we can just make the adjustments, because nothing's changing except for
The names.
a name and one line. So,
Max, what are your thoughts? And it's quiet in here.
As far as my thoughts on one, it doesn't sound like the court wants to approve this as it is written. So if the court is not wanting to approve this as it is written, my legal opinion on whether or not this will suffice and the names of the entities,
But I mean, we could always do a contingent on those changes, but then I'm trying to look for Tiffany here, who's already gone in front of all the other counties.
I can't believe
my
it.
guess is you're not gonna get every county to agree on all these different contingencies. So basically, we have to start the process completely back over, and it'd be voted on with the amendment by every other county.
But the only changes are the name of the existing.
No.
There's multiple changes that have been thrown out here, so I guess potentially we won't be part of this entity in this agreement if the fiscal court is not wanting to enter into this document as it is written.
how quickly can I get it back to you?
We meet Monday.
Monday?
We'll meet the 30th, yes.
Okay.
But I guess what the question is, you may want to ask your legal department if with those changes.
They're going to tell me to do,
They're going to tell you to go back through all the other entities.
I will, and I
vote
will
it
have
out.
to divvy it out, and we will have to run amok.
So,
Any other before I leave?
Just sitting there thinking if there's any other
So-
way to do this.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to come up with that as
Yeah,
well.
that's what I'm trying to say.
Because the thing is if
If I could,
the
I
other,
would.
Franklin County wants to be part of this.
Yeah,
It is not,
Yeah.
Franklin County wants to be part of this.
yeah.
And needs to be part of this because we want people to avail themselves of services for work.
Well, I mean, and you all have, you all have, we work with your school systems on career exploration, on doing their job fairs, right? We work with the Thornhill, we work with the City of Frankfort, we work with Cornerstone Caregiving, we do stuff with the Wanda Joyce Foundation. So we have work-based learning contracts with Herod Concrete and Stone, right? So, but
What do you got, Sherry?
Well, I'm just looking at the signature page and it's got everybody on it. Each of the 17 entities
It does.
represented
It
on
does.
the, on the signature page.
I mean, it's something we want to hold up,
I-
because, I mean, she's pointed out what it pertains to. And the way state entities change names,
if we go ahead and potentially approve this tonight, is this something that at the first meeting that convenes in FY '26, that is discussed with the bodies and said, you know what, there's a couple of technical things that we just
We need
gotta
to
clean
adjust
up,
some verbiage.
that we need
and
to adjust
They'll
for-
run it back through on their own timeline.
And then that
That's what I'm trying
timeline
to get
is
at.
consistent. I'm trying to find
Yeah,
a
no, I'm
way.
with
That
you,
was
I'm with
my
you.
job before, and it sounds like it's my job here. But I'm trying to find a way to make this happen tonight. We do not
Is
want to
it-
be the only county that is
I
not
don't-
part of a workforce system in the Commonwealth.
Richard, would you be okay with that? Signing as is from a legal standpoint, Max is saying we're completely good, but
I don't doubt it being legal. I certainly respect Max's opinion on everything he said just out there. It's just not clear to me. Now, if for holding it up because it's not clear that I can deal more with the all of the interlocal agreements easier than I can the 6 executive members, because to me, it sounds to me like all 16 of them are, plus 5 more.
But I think if we change anything, it's gonna hold us up. So my question is, can we, good faith, pass this tonight, and then in our July meeting, Tiffany can bring the revised copy to redo, knowing that she's gonna do it?
I'm fine with that.
I'll vote for it, because we can't not do it, kind of, but we're doing something here that's, as Sherry's pointed out, it's not correct.
Is the majority of
And
the
it's
board okay with
confusing
that?
to start with.
Okay.
But now we have a handshake deal that she'll
But
fix
I-
it.
Yeah,
And I
It'll be
think that's the
fixed, I
key.
promise you that.
I think the
Yeah.
good faith is there.
yeah,
And I think it's been made very
Yeah.
clear that we're all trying to move forward in good faith.
yeah. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
If
So,
you could go ahead, and we're gonna go ahead and keep this on the agenda tonight to vote on, but then if
Okay.
you could make all those changes and then get it back to us, and then in July, we'll,
when's your meeting in July?
16th?
Okay,
Yep. Alrighty, thank you.
okay.
Alrighty, now we have Belinda. How you doing this evening, Belinda?
Doing well, thank you.
Good, good, good. Thanks for being with us.
Glad to be here. So this is a resolution allowing the county to apply for a spay-neuter grant through the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. It's an annual pass-through grant managed by the Humane Society. Carrie Lowry, the executive director of the Franklin County Humane Society, is here to tell you more about the grant application and answer any questions that you may have.
Alrighty. How's Carrie doing tonight?
Carrie is doing well, thank you. We are, I think, all of the dogs and cats that we took in during the flood, 75 in total, have gone back to their owners as of last week.
That's great.
So 57 cats and 17 dogs that we took in for folks that were displaced. So last year, we applied for a $1,075 grant from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. They ended up, I'm sorry, I'm Carrie Lowry, I'm the director of Franklin County Humane Society. They actually granted us $1,146, so about $70, $71 more than what we applied for. I know, I know. So the way that grant works is that grant is contingent on the spay-neuter license plate sales, and so they set aside X number of dollars, and depending on how many people apply, they base the maximum amount on the previous year's application. So if somebody didn't apply, they scoochie a little money to other folks. So in our original grant, those funds, in addition to the matching funds from the Humane Society for the same amount, ended up totaling $2,292, which allowed us to provide spay-neuter services for 77 cats in Franklin County. The math doesn't come out exactly. I'm not sure how they work around that. 76.4, so we applied the remaining 12 to the 77th cat. To date, we have done 362 community cat spay-neuter surgeries. Last year, we did 707. So in addition to this funding, we get funding from the Bluegrass Area Development District, their cat program that is, they administer funds from the Joni Bernard Foundation. That pays for about half of our community spay-neuters exclusively for cats. We still provide free spay-neuter services for any pit bull type dogs, and our reduced fee spay-neuter program for other owned dogs that include vaccinations, they include flea and tick preventative, and they include pain medicine. So last year we did 1,602 total spay-neuter surgeries. Of those, I want to say 900 were community animals. So, let me make sure that's correct. 1,624, 921 were community animals, 704 cats, 217 dogs. So, that's one of the ways that we serve the community. The way this grant works is, as in the past, we act as the administrator of the grant. The Department of Agriculture only funds government entities, fiscal courts, and so the money has to pass through the fiscal court. But there's no expense to the court other than the time that Belinda has spent in conversation with me, just making sure we're all on the same page about that. So that we're just here to ask that you approve this application once again this year. Do you all have that application in front of you? Yeah, so they've increased the amount to $1,266, which ultimately would result in it being $2,532. I rounded up, so right now we're saying 86 cats. And hopefully, depends on how they fund it, we'll continue to provide the service. It's an incredibly popular service. In the spring, we're sometimes 2 months out getting folks scheduled. We had a little bit of a lull because of the flooding, but we fortunately, thanks in large part to you all, we're not affected by it in the ways that we would have been in the past. I think that the building probably would have been completely destroyed at the level that the river flooded. When we went on Sunday, I went with one of the crews from North Carolina to rescue dogs and cats in Bell Point and Walter Todd, as well as out on Leestown Manley. And then on Tuesday, Christina and I went out with the Frankfort Fire Department, and we spent about 10 hours going between Bell Point and Walter Todd and getting cats, in particular, that had been left behind because the rescuers, when they evacuated Walter Todd on Sunday morning, people didn't have carriers, so they wouldn't let them bring their cats in the boats. So we went back and got the cats. And the fire department, the dispatch forwarded all of those calls to us starting on Sunday, so we started collecting addresses and we went out. The gentlemen from the fire department that helped us were wonderful. They were very brave. They went to the first house without us, came back with some wounds and said, "Here's your life jackets." But on, as you all know, the flooding was pretty bad. On Tuesday, some of the houses they were going into in Bell Point, the water was still chest deep in the house. So, but we feel pretty good about the animals and the people that we helped during that amount of time. And we're awfully grateful to be in that position now instead of having to be a recipient of being evacuated.
Well, I was sitting there thinking about even just this program that you all did last year, trying to find a place to even do it. I think it was the old, when did you all do this last year, the spade neuter program, the year before?
Well, before we moved into the new building, we'd been a number of places. We'd been at the old health department building on East Main. We had been at a location on C. Michael Davenport, and then we ended up on 127 under the dentist's office, because the volume of surgeries that we've been doing, particularly since 2020, was just more than we could manage at the old facility. I mean, that surgery room wasn't much bigger than your space right there. So now, we've expanded that program tremendously. So we've done just over 16,000 spay neuter surgeries since 2013. Which is as far back as I can find records.
Any questions for Carrie or Belinda on this agenda item? Like she said, this is pretty much a pass-through, so.
Just a comment, Judge, if I can.
Go ahead,
I've
Squire Whistler.
thought multiple times during the flooding, we got it done just in the nick of time, and we got you fully funded. Can you imagine the setback it would have been to even if just serve the community and the need that was there and present during that flood if we had not got that facility done, so.
No, because the flood in 2021 was bad enough. We had 12 inches of water in the building. We were out for 6 weeks. So we would I don't know what we would have done. And we were very fortunate, again, this year, as before, that a lot of our partners in the state, Kentucky Humane Society, Lexington Humane Society, Anderson Humane Society, stepped up and pulled adoptable animals from us. Lexington Humane took 21 cats, Kentucky Humane took 11 dogs that were already adoptable, not other people's dogs, so that to make space for the animals that we anticipated coming in. And the community responded resoundingly with crates. We didn't know how many animals we're going to have to take in. The American Red Cross, their shelter allowed pets, which was really good. But yeah, no, I can't even honestly, I can't fathom it. I don't even want to think about it.
Carrie, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Belinda, thank you for working on
Pleasure
that.
doing business with you, and we are going to keep it up.
Alrighty, thank you. All right, Belinda, you have another one here?
I do. This one is an agreement between Fiscal Court and the Bluegrass Area Development District to assist the county in management of opioid abatement funding in order to ensure compliance with all regulations and reporting requirements. To do this, the Bluegrass Ad will provide consulting services that provide recommendations and technical assistance in distributing and managing the opioid abatement funding. The Bluegrass Ad will bill us at $90 per hour with a not-to-exceed limit of $22,500. So that's equivalent to 250 hours of work, and they estimate that to be more than sufficient for 2 years of continuous service. Gene Deathridge, the Recovery Support Specialist with Bluegrass Ad, will be the staff member working with us under this agreement. He couldn't be here tonight because of a conflict in Bowling Green, but he was kind enough to join us.
Yep.
That's what I was
Okay,
going to
sorry.
say.
I'll make sure
By
you saw
Zoom.
him.
He really went out of his way to be here with us tonight, so I'm super appreciative of that. So he can answer any questions you have about the type of work that they'll be able to help us with.
Gene, do you want to say anything before I open it up to the court?
Just very briefly, you all have, I've been doing recovery ecosystem development work since 2019 under former Governor Fletcher, and you all have a really good thing going in Franklin County, and really it's a privilege and an honor for me to work with the folks that you have in your community and try and help them take it to the next level and help you all realize the greatest return on your investment. So thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. So my question is who determines what triggers when the recovery support services will be activated? Because they won't just be activated on their own, will they?
No,
Someone will have
as far
to-
as when Gene will be on the
Yes.
clock.
Who
So
does
that is pretty much between
determines
Charlie Kendall and myself. So what we had talked about, we had a meeting this morning. So we have already structured some, and Squire Dykes, if you want to jump in or whatever, we've structured 4 different subcommittees that will be meeting monthly. So obviously Gene won't be in those meetings, but we are going to have a monthly meeting with all the heads of those, plus quarterly meetings with the whole entity, with everybody. So I guess answer your question would probably be me and
Okay.
Charlie Kendall.
Okay. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Just,
Yeah.
So my second one is on page 4, the venue for any kind of legal considerations is in Fayette. No, that's not that far, but we always talk about reaching out to the parties that we're engaging with to see if they would be willing to do that in Franklin. But I just bring that up, it's not that far, I realize.
Yeah.
It's not like driving to Oklahoma
Yeah.
for the fuel tanks.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the county attorney did mention that to me today after he was reviewing the contract for us. And I did reach out to Logan Hart with the Bluegrass Ad and ask him about that. He was unable to get me a definitive answer this quickly. What he did say was that is what they do in all of their agreements, and our other agreements with them are written this way. If
I'm going to ask every time, so.
Right, and moving forward, that will be something we know before we bring the agreement. So I'm not sure how you want to manage that at this
Yeah.
point, but I wasn't able to get an answer for tonight.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think some, and Max, jump in if you want, some that we've talked about previously with other companies, since they are in Lexington, I didn't know if it was worth getting them switched. Like you said, it's a 30-minute drive. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no,
But it's
absolutely.
consistency.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, any other questions for Gene or Belinda?
Somebody want to buy it?
Squire Tanner, you have a
I'm
question?
confused about that.
It's the next item.
Oh, okay, next item, okay. Squire Dykes?
I'll say that Gene has been awesome to work with. He was sick last time we saw him, and I really wanted Charlie to be here because they were having it out at our last meeting, and it was the funniest thing I've ever looked at him laugh. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He's doing a fantastic job, and he is really working our brains.
Yeah.
He really is.
It's
He's
good to kind of have
very
a
good at what he
consultant
does.
that's been doing this for a long
Yes.
time, and it's a fresh set of eyes, and we had a conversation today, and I told him one of our deciding factors was in one of the meetings not that long ago, and somebody in our community that's very active said, well, this is what we do, and this is why we're going to do it, and this is how it is, and Gene stood right there, and he said, no, it's not.
No, it's
That's
not.
not the best way to do it, and we're going to, and if Charlie or myself would have said that, we would have been crucified. But since Jean is a consultant third party, she stood and got her thoughts, and she said, okay, I understand. So, I think it's money well worth spent. So,
Absolutely.
Jean, I appreciate you being part of the team.
Thanks,
and
Jean.
look forward to working together and hopefully solving this opioid crisis that we have.
It's my pleasure, Judge. It's an honor.
All righty. Belinda, thank you. All righty, this next one, I guess, oh, there's Autumn. Autumn's gonna talk about this one. Go ahead, Autumn.
Hi.
Good. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Go ahead and get comfy because I'm your next 5 items.
Yeah. You gotta get to bring a chair up?
All right, so this first item for me is an authorization to declare the property identified as Tract 5B located at 67 Buena Vista Drive as surplus. So this is a small 1.43 acre portion of the overall former golf course property at 67 Buena Vista. You can see on the site survey drawings that are included in your packet, it's sort of an odd-shaped parcel that abuts the lots identified as Tract 4 and 5, which are currently in development for patio home type residential uses. And then there's sort of that lot that's kind of in the middle that is currently owned by Fiscal Court, but I believe has already been approved for sale. It's identified here as Tract 5A. So that this portion would be surplused and then put for sale at some point in the future.
Right away. Any questions on this? Go ahead, Squire.
Was this not one of the tracks that we surplused already?
No, so what had happened, it wasn't our mistake. The gentleman that bought the land from an individual that was there, and Whitaker Bank had sold previously, didn't have the right map, and the survey was incorrect. So what he thought he was originally buying from the private individual wasn't accurate when his surveyor came out. So in order for him to build the 52 condos, he's gonna have to, I guess he's paying for more land even though he paid for it once, he thought. So their survey was wrong. Is that accurate?
That's
Autumn?
my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by law, after talking to Max, we have to surplus it and then put it up for sale. So if anybody else wants the opportunity to buy 1.43 acres, then they have that opportunity too. So it'll be a bid situation.
So if not, he has the opportunity to buy that.
He can bid it just like anybody else, yes.
So we're gonna list that for sale, or we're gonna bid it out like we did the others? Just list it for sale?
Yeah.
Can't list it?
Yeah. Well, we'll do an RFP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll do an RFP. Sealed bids, and then, if somebody else wants to put in for it, if not, then he can put in for it, and we can either accept it or deny it, just like we did the rest of them. Okay?
All right. Move on to my next item. This is a professional services agreement with Stantec for support services related to the Division of Water audit for our Phase 2 MS4 water permit. So we are being audited for the MS4 program. this year. That audit will be taking place likely in August. The last time we were audited was in 2020. So the former planning director went through that process. It was conducted online due to the pandemic at that time, so the process was a little bit different. We have had a period of transition, and Ben has really taken on a lot of the MS4 stormwater activities, and I'm playing catch up on that. So we really need a little extra support for the audit this go around. So Stantec has provided us with this work order. This is sort of the maximum amount of help that we might need. We don't know that we will take advantage of all of this. The outfall identification workshop that's identified as the first item, I think is really important. That was the topic that Ben expressed that he would need additional support on. And then the municipal facilities, that was something that came up in our conversations with Stantec, is something we might need additional support on. Whether we will need the support from Stantec as on day of, I think we're still working on that. So they went ahead and quoted that in this work order. Happy to answer any questions.
So Autumn, real quick, is this in your budget?
It is not.
So this is, so Amy, where would this money come from?
We'll probably have to do a budget transfer.
Okay. All righty.
And I will note that the account number that's on your abstract is not the correct line item. It should be 01-5070-398, which is a P&Z budget line item, but we will have to do a budget transfer.
Okay, I'm sorry, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much for being with us.
Microphone, please. Thank you. Yeah, no, all good.
Apologize. Under the outfall ID workshop, it indicates that there are 4 hours of in-person workshop, and then there are hours allotted for field follow-up should additional information be required. So I guess my question is how do we draw on the additional hours really to maximize the benefit of the vendor's experience and expertise for the benefit here? You had mentioned Mr. Judah wanted to draw on that, so are you all talking internally about how we draw on that? Because it's already in the contract.
Right,
We're paying for
yes.
it. We will get it.
Yeah, I think that what we have talked about for that day would be going ahead for a field trip to probably the road department or the parks department to sort of walk through what the current stormwater activities are on those sites and what our review process needs to be for those without getting quite to the level of bullet number 2, which is the recommendations. And I think including staff from parks and from the road department in that outfall identification workshop and associated activities that day is something that we've talked about that would definitely be beneficial and take full advantage of those hours.
Thank you.
Yep.
All righty, anything else on this agenda item from the court? All righty.
Okay.
Next.
Alrighty. This next item is a new ordinance to create Chapter 94 special events and to amend Chapter 110 for occupational licenses. So this came about as a desire to embrace the special events that occur in our community, but to also acknowledge that they do have the ability to draw on county services for security, for safety, for just coordination amongst our departments to make sure that those events go off well. And then there's also an impact for business licenses. So kind of just touching on that, what this does is establish a permit for special events, which would be special events occurring on county property or in county right-of-way. If someone needed to utilize our sidewalk or our roads or any of our properties for a special event, and then also special events that are on private property if they would really have a need for those county services. So we've sort of drawn that line where an event would be attended by 500 or more persons because we really don't want this to be overly onerous for someone who's having a large party or a wedding or something like that. But if we're getting to the point of 500, then there's a good chance that on some of our county roads there could be impacts and we would need additional support from the sheriff's department, from the fire department. So this would establish a permit process with an application where we would, through planning, routed out to those other agencies, the health department, fire department, sheriffs, all of those folks, to sort of make sure that everyone has eyes on these. Right now, whenever we hear about a special event, we kind of say, well, hey, it might be a good idea to talk to the fire department. Hey, it might be a good idea to do this. You have to get these approvals from the health department. So we're kind of already providing some of that coordination, but it's just informal, and we don't always know when they're going to pop up. Sometimes they pop up at the last minute, and we don't really know how to handle it. So this kind of formalizes that. And then on the last page, this does include an exception for occupational license. So instead of having to verify that every vendor who's going to be operating at a special event, and this would not, this would be any special event, regardless of whether it had to have the special event permit or not. If it had vendors, they would be subject to this vendor license exception. So rather than an event organizer having to make sure that each vendor had a local business license, this allows for a per vendor fee for events that are 3 or fewer days. There's obviously a lot of meat in here, and that's just kind of a high level overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I will say, I appreciate Autumn working on this. And she looked at surrounding counties, she looked at other areas, and so I think they just kind of took the best of everything. It went through, what committee was this?
Guess it was kind of an ad hoc.
Okay, it wasn't a committee, so we just kind of worked on it, so, but I appreciate all your work on it, because there was a lot of research. And we went back and forth on a number of people, and we didn't want to make it cumbersome for the average person having a birthday party, but what we don't want to happen is, a huge concert or an event show up on a country road, and then we have to pay the bill for all the security, the fire, the police, and everything else, when it should really be, at the expense of whoever's throwing the event. So, Squire Wisman.
Thanks, Autumn. I want to get ahead of the rumor mill on a number of things. So if I can ask you kind of a series of questions, because I already see where I'm going to get bombarded with some of these. Let's start with occupational tax, and I'd like to make a comment first that for a number of years I've been talking about a perceived problem in this community that Frankfort and Franklin County don't have an exception for a hobbyist type of business. Most every other county in the state does, in my experience, where if you are a starting business, home hobbyist kind of thing, you don't have to have a business license until you reach a certain limit. Usually it's $3,000 to $5,000. And you've kind of taken a chip away at it, so why I'm bringing it up here is this vendor kind of thing, because it's typically that type of person that sort of starts selling something that they make, right? That I would like to see us as a county put some type of caveat in place so that the Boy Scout selling some popcorn, the little lemonade stand, like some of these little tiny home hobbyist businesses are exempted from that business license requirement because you're effectively doing it right here already. So I would like to see that expanded. But in those terms, I'm wondering if, and I'm just going to throw you some scenarios, in this instance of an occupational license exception, would yard sales, garage sales, those types of activities, do you see that being within the confines or the context of this permitting process?
I don't think so. Trying to look at my definition of vendor fair here to see if that's clear. It could perhaps be clearer, that it's not intended to include yard sales and that sort of thing. I think that inherently a yard sale is not what I would consider a vendor, but there could be some.
But 2 or 3 or a neighborhood gets together and
Sure.
decides to have a community yard sale or a rummage sale, which happens so commonly. I want to make sure we're clear that someone doesn't get smacked later on because we put this ordinance in place and they had no idea. So,
Sure.
And then related to that, I just want to be sure that we have some exceptions in here, and I think they're clear enough, but I just want you to verbalize things that may not be required to have a permit, like, we're getting ready to come up next week on 4th of July, and many of the churches do community gatherings, either on farms or at the church properties to have fireworks and those kinds of things, which we usually put out information about the fire department and safety and all that anyway. But in my reading this, in some instances, some of those community events, whether it's a fall festival coming up, a summertime wedding on a farm or at a church property, what sort of exceptions, and just,
Sure.
because not everyone's gonna read this document.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of verbalize it while we have people, listening on TV or whatever else, that would be required or expected to file a permit.
Sure. So on page 2, under item E definitions, we define special event. Item A talks about events that are on public property. B is talking about events on private property. And I think the line that really gets at the answer to this question is that, as a general rule, any of the above-mentioned events held on private property to which the general public is invited to attend and/or for which tickets are sold, which the organizer expects will be attended by 500 or more persons. So some of those large events by churches or other groups, if they were to really expecting that they would have 500 folks, then I think that they would likely need a permit. A large wedding, that's not something where the general public is invited, or tickets are sold, it's an invite only, so that would probably not require a permit.
And there is one specific item in A 9402 talking about lawful assembly. Could you just elaborate a little bit on expectations there, just because I want to be really clear on?
Sure, so that is really to ensure that we are not getting sideways of anyone's First Amendment rights. This would not apply to protest-type activities, rally-type activities. I think that if we expected a large protest or rally that was planned in advance, we would hope that they would communicate with us, but we don't want to get sideways of anyone's First Amendment.
I think that covers the questions I know I'm going to get, so thank you.
Sure. Judge.
You're fine, I just do whatever. So this is probably a silly question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, just from the questions he's been asking. Are you talking about 500 people at the same time? Or if there's a big, event
3
where
days.
people come and go?
Right.
Like, does that,
We did get into that. We had a lot of conversation about that. And whenever on page 3, under B, where the special categories are broken down into, where the special events are broken down into categories of low, medium, high, or special impact, we do have that number, we address it as being the number of individuals assembled at any given time. So,
that makes sense. Okay.
I got a couple of questions. I don't know, maybe questions more than concerns, but could
Sure.
grow into that later. And following up on that, is there any permit right now required of any church to have anything?
Currently in place?
for any kind of events, not that I'm aware of.
Well, there's churches that have 500 members, maybe not in this community, but that could happen here.
Sure.
So then they're gonna have to have a permit?
No, but not for their regular activities.
But if they have a Mardi Gras party or
Sure.
Oktoberfest, then they would.
Well, it depends, the way it reads, it depends on where it's located. If it's on a property that's already has regular assemblage.
Right.
On private property, including religious assembly places, which would. Right. You've covered that.
Yep, there we go.
That's expected on those properties.
Yes.
Scar Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I think some of this arose out of, so I personally participated in a Warrior Dash a few years ago, and it was in Marion County on, I'm gonna make up the name, John Smith, okay, John Smith's farm. People got hurt doing this, they caught their clothes on fire, they got hung up in barbed wire, twisted ankles, did all kinds of things, and it was down a little bitty 2-lane country road, and they had to swim through a pond, I did all kinds of stuff. So, thankfully I didn't get hurt, but several people did, and trying to get an ambulance in and out to take care of these people on a 1-lane country road, passing people trying to get in and out because they bust people in on school buses. It was an absolute train wreck, and some people got pretty seriously hurt out there. So I think this is to do to look at those kind of things. To start the conversation about some of that kind of stuff. It's not purely for that, but I just offer that as an example of how things can happen on a little country road that ties up county services and other things. I just offer that as an example.
Go ahead, Scar.
I have and you've pointed out a lot of it that clears up things, but, and I don't think we have a church in this county that's that big yet, and maybe never will. But we do have businesses that are in the county who have events,
Yes.
and I don't know, they may be required to have a permit now, so I'm not gonna go throw anybody under the bus.
Sure.
But I do know they're regularly done, they have food trucks, they have entertainment, they have everything else, and it's probably not 500 people, but it's several.
Right. Yeah, I think that exception number 7 really gets at that. It talks about eating and drinking establishments, banquet facilities. So that would cover most of those things that I can think of in the county, that
Well, I
would
mean,
have events or food trucks or.
There's
Well, I
other,
think a lot of what we're trying to do is just bring some awareness to it. And so, to let people know that they need to call the planning department, and if nothing else, we're aware of it. Because I think where we get into trouble is there's a big event that happens, and, everyone's trying to do good things. But then if something were to happen there and our first responders are understaffed that day, or, you know what I mean? It's all about planning.
Right.
And so I think a lot of this conversation came around just not trying to like micromanage everybody. It's more or less just the communication between the event holders and our staff and our first responders. So we're prepared for it.
well, there's a lot of community events. Matter of fact, there's gonna be one in my neighborhood soon, and there won't be 500 people. There'll be lucky to be 30. But anyway, it's on their property, and it's usually just for the neighborhood people, and I don't wanna get into saying, gotta have a permit for this.
Right.
I'm not going down that road.
We really tried to thread that needle with this conversation. That's why you see a lot of these exceptions. You see that 500 number. We really wanted to be sure that we weren't being over the top, that we weren't over-regulating those small events, those community events. This is really about events that will have an impact on our public services, and that we need to know about, like some of those, the business aspects that you mentioned, where there are commercial operations already, the fire department, the sheriff's department are already aware of those people, or those businesses. So it's expected that they're going to have events. It's expected that they're going to have, people coming for their commercial purpose. But this is really to get at those special events that are kind of one-offs and large scale.
And again, this is the first reading.
Yes.
Start with me.
The only thing that comes to mind, that we talk about insurance in here, and I don't see specifically that it says the county should be named as additionally insured, and I may have missed it, but just wanted to state that.
I believe it's in there.
But it's probably something I missed, but, okay. But, well, I just wanted to
Yeah.
get at some of the questions that we know we're going to get. I think this
Yeah.
is a good step. It's
a
not
great
overly
conversation.
onerous, and the fee structure isn't really anything that's going to be difficult for anybody to manage in any way, and we're not infringing upon the traditions and the habits that are already happening in our community. So that's really what I wanted to point out, so.
Yeah, and again, Squire, and that's all well said. For I think as Autumn especially worked through this with the team, it was more the communication. So we can all know what's going on in the community, and that's not to micromanage, it's to make sure we keep everybody safe. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And another event that kind of comes to mind, there's been a country music concert of a national touring act in Shelbyville.
Yeah.
Twice, same guy showed up and basically shut that little county road down.
Oh, yeah.
And people were trying to go to the concert, couldn't get there. I mean, it was all kinds of things. So I'm just trying to intuit, it's those kind of things, not River Valley Road's annual picnic,
Yeah.
Of me and my neighbors and, things like that.
Yeah, because
But I mean,
ultimately,
if
if that were to
I-
happen here, that's a great example.
Yeah.
And Chief Brewer can't get a truck there and somebody's seriously hurt, or, that's ultimately gonna come back on us, because all they're gonna say is, county didn't show up, And, so it's just communication. But Autumn, I really appreciate you working on this, because I know it's been a lot.
I think it's
Spartacus.
great. I also, I was just thinking, what if there was, music downtown, like there is, on
Yeah.
Friday evenings or whatever, and that's big, and there's a lot of people there, but then you have another musical event or something that's as large all the way across the county. How do we manage that? I mean,
Yeah.
I assume that's why this is happening.
Yeah, but if we know it's happening, they can call extra people, and the first responders can have extra people work that shift, you know, I mean, it's really just the communication piece for us. Alrighty, Autumn, great job on this, could you,
Squire, what's
oh,
that?
sorry.
9404-8A.
Thank you, Mr. County Attorney.
What is that in regard to? Oh, okay,
The insurance.
gotcha, the insurance,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay, Autumn, next one.
And
All
Judge,
right.
if I
Oh,
could,
I'm
I just,
sorry. Go ahead.
I think it's fitting to maybe include that. I don't know, maybe I'd like your input, but we're kind of exempting already here in a special circumstance, a business license and occupational license. I really would like to flesh that out a little bit more, like hobbyist home business, you know, expecting to make under $5,000 a year is
Can you
exempted
help
from
get
our.
Autumn an example of that, because I don't know about it, but I mean, if.
I've seen it in many, many other
That's fine.
counties, but.
Yeah, if you could maybe help
I'd like
come
to-
up with an example of it.
I think that'd be fitting to put it here.
Sure.
While we're doing this ordinance, so. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what I hate seeing is, I remember this happened to my nephew years ago in Lexington, little bitty boy selling vegetables on the side of the road, and they called, and they shut him down.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
Kid selling
Lemonade stand, yard
You
sale.
know, I mean,
yeah.
but he ended up becoming an entrepreneur. He's running a hell of a construction company now. But I still couldn't believe it. My brother called me. I said, what? You're gonna shut an 8-year-old kid down from selling vegetables that he grew in his backyard? So anyways, we're not trying to do that.
But it particularly comes into play at like Christmas time, people do these baked goods and they have a
Yeah.
little home business that we don't want to get into nickel and diming those kind of individuals, and I'd like to see that formalized, so.
Yep, perfect.
Thanks.
Should,
Thank you.
or is there, excuse me,
Go ahead, Squire Tanner.
is there any provisions or any thought about having a time restrictions on how long it would be before you would reply, somebody who had applied for a permit, rather than just being hanging out there, I didn't get it, but I applied for it 5 days ago?
Yes, I think we get into that in, let's see, where is that?
I know we say how much notice there has to be for somebody to fill an application out, but I don't know if there's anything in there that says how quick you all turn it around.
Yeah,
Said something about 3
Is that
days.
what you're asking, Squire Tanner?
Pardon?
Like how long staff has to turn it
Yeah,
around?
they should have to turn it around,
Yeah.
some kind of, you could just be laying out there, said I applied for it and never got it.
Understandable.
But in the thought process, doing like a TRT team with this, kind of like you do now for P and Z items that come,
right.
I'm not trying to
Yeah,
speak
no,
out.
no, no,
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
the way I understand it. To
More
tell,
of an interview process.
just to kind of make sure that
Right.
county services that could be involved.
So we
Or
do
just
ask
made
that
aware.
the application be made no later than 45 days prior to the event. We do have, I think, language in there also about if it's late, that's not an automatic no or anything like that. But we do ask for 45 days in advance. I don't think there's anything that specifically says what our turnaround time has to be. And, that could vary depending on if we got a large number of applications or something like that.
But could you put something in
but I think
there
we
and
could put
say
something
a
in
week
there.
or two, so, in
Yeah.
case it gets put in a pile somewhere and forgotten about by
Yeah.
accident? I mean, I see where Squire Tanner's going with that.
Yeah, and we do have language for the appeal process for how quickly we would have to act on an appeal, so we can take a look at that and maybe
that's a
something
good
similar
suggestion,
for,
Checks and balance.
yeah.
Thank you, Squire. Okay, the next one.
All right, my next item is a zone change request. This is an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1 zone map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 7.67 acre portion of property located at 1373 Peaks Mill Road from an agricultural district AG to rural residential RR. The property is identified as PVA map number 07200000107.09, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this application.
No, I'm gonna go to Squire Harrod first, if you don't mind.
I just mentioned before,
Oh,
what is it?
I don't know, he's over here, just see what happens.
No problem. I had asked for an email or something, but these being in our districts, if we'd be notified. I mean, I've received several emails and I know the property, so I know what's going on. But a little heads up for the magistrates in the district.
Yes.
Please.
We've been trying to do that, but
I
we may have
agree.
slipped, yeah.
I get it. I get it. And I was just trying to remind if we could do
Yes.
that, I'd really
I
appreciate it.
appreciate the
Other than that,
reminder.
That's all I got, Max.
Thank you, Squire Harrod, well done. Squire Sebastian. He did.
Okay, I'm gonna say some words out loud, and then I'm gonna see who answers. So when looking at the HMB letter, and I'm just gonna read from the HMB letter, okay? So
That is part of the record. from the
it is
planning.
part of it is absolutely part of the record.
We can read from that.
And I am reading, I'm absolutely reading. See, I'm on it, I'm on my work. So H&B made some suggestions as part of this TRT. And it says, for the issues stated above, I'm just only gonna read that part of it. For the issues stated above, we suggest that special attention be given to the impacts to the connecting roadway network as well as the driveway serving the property. At a minimum consideration should be given to future maintenance of a private shared facility to ensure the county will not be responsible for its upkeep or forced to take over at some point and upgrade this facility. So I'm just saying those words out loud, so I guess I don't know whether this is a question. When TR, sorry, I swear I thought that was on.
Sorry.
I apologize.
No, you're good.
When statements like this are made by the team, what happens to those statements? It's just a general question. It's not about this, I don't know what happens. Anything or nothing?
Nothing.
I don't even know.
To
who
my
that is.
understanding, there's gotta be so many houses on the property, the road has to be brought up to a certain level, and then it has, to be adopted into the county system. So it has to be brought up to level, correct, Duke? Brought up to level.
And again, for the record, we're not talking about the thing.
No, we're not talking, we're
Now
talking in
off
general,
subject.
in
We're talking about.
general, because on my
general
property,
thing.
same way.
That's just a general thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But there has to be so many homes on it, and then you have to apply to make it a county road, and it has to be brought up to that specification before they adopt it or don't adopt it.
And then
So
our
with
road
their
super goes out and
recommendations-
does testing, drilling, things like that, to make sure it's built right.
So with their recommendations, it's just a recommendation, it would make it better if this were done, because
Happy.
there's like 3 houses up there now, and there's a possibility for 2 to 3 more on a certain property,
On
not
any
this property, on any property, right?
All right, let's move on. Okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying
no,
to make sure I
that's a good
understand.
question. Yeah.
Because TRT team, we ask them for their advice.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes they say, I have no comment on this.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they write letters, multiple page letters that say, I got a lot to say.
But then I think that's where staff takes it.
Yeah, I can add that, we take those comments in. We, if we think that we need to include further recommendations, those will go into the staff report. It's something that we talk about when we present our staff report to the planning commission. We may have that member of the TRT present to say those things and to answer questions that the planning commission has as part of that public hearing. And then, of course, we include it in the record.
But then they don't have, this doesn't have the force of making an action happen.
So
If it's in
I
the-
would
They
say
have the
that
authority if it needs to be done.
if the TRT is making comments about a particular project, they're generally pointing out things that would be reviewed at the development plan, which is not what's before the planning commission or this body as far as the zone change. That would come a little bit later, so.
That helps me understand that a little bit better. Thank you very much.
Squire Wilson.
Judge, I usually read the zoning regulations
Yep.
from the records, just to keep the consistency.
Yep.
I'll only read it once, because the first application we have is from one to the other, and then the next one is reverse of those, so I think will suffice. So, this application is existing zoning, agricultural district AG. The district is intended to recognize agricultural land to establish regulations which emphasize agricultural production and preserve a rural character. And the proposed zoning is RR, and the purpose of that district is intended to establish and preserve a quiet, single-family home neighborhood free from other uses except those which are convenient and compatible with residences of such neighborhood. The district is intended to be a very low density and will customarily be located in the area where public sewer facilities are not planned or available. So,
Thank you, Squire Wisman.
thank you. And
Okay.
now, unrelated to that, Judge, I want to just ask maybe Autumn if we've had a lot of applications that are switching this RR and AG kind of thing.
Yes.
And I know we're getting ready to go into a whole rewrite.
Yes.
But I would really like if you could maybe help inform the court about why we're seeing so many of those type of applications. Is it something maybe that people are coming in and staff is recommending to property owners?
Sure.
because of X, Y, Z? Or is it something we maybe need to consider that is within the existing zoning code needs to be changed? Because it, in my mind, sometimes they seem to be counterproductive to the intent of what seems to be a project coming up. And
Sure.
I'm not talking about specifically any of these projects, but we
Yeah, I was
seem to
gonna
have
say,
a lot
for
of
the
this.
record, we're done talking about this
Right,
agenda item.
yes.
It's a completely
Sure.
different question.
Just related to it.
Yes.
So largely, I think in our community, the AG agricultural district and the rural residential RR district have been somewhat interchangeable, and that's partially because of how zoning was first applied in our community and partially because of how those zones are regulated. So when we first established zoning, we, and I'm not sure what the reasoning was, but we zoned the vast majority of the county as rural residential, even if it was a farming, agricultural operation, large lots, it was generally zoned RR. The RR really only allows for single-family residential and very limited conditional uses. And it has a smaller lot size than the ag zone of 2.5 acres. The agricultural zone has a slightly larger lot size, 5 acres, but it also has a much broader list of uses that are allowed, mostly as conditional uses. So it includes agricultural uses, and then it includes sort of a decent amount of other uses that are generally sort of related to agriculture but aren't agricultural entirely. So what we see with these zone changes back and forth is usually that if a property is zoned RR, they're really limited to that single-family residential, but they may want something that's appropriate in a farm or rural landscape. So they're going to that agricultural zone to allow for a little bit more flexibility. The ones that we see going the opposite direction are usually wanting to subdivide a piece of property that they have that's maybe a 10-acre lot, and they really want to subdivide it into maybe 3 lots instead of 2, or something like that. It's usually just for a pretty minor subdivision process. So we are having a lot of conversations about this as we start our code rewrite process, and trying to sort of right-size those 2 zones in particular, because they don't really line up with the future land use map, which identifies a large portion of the county for what it's calling, I think, rural landscapes is the land use category. So that AG zone is probably the zone that's most appropriate in that land use category, but the vast majority of the land is currently zoned RR. So we're really trying to figure out how those 2 go together and how we can pull them apart and make sure that they are meeting the intents of the zoning category, and that maybe that those intents are rewritten a little bit to match up better with the comprehensive plan.
And if I could add, I think this is our opportunity because we've known this whole time. The agriculture, as you would hope, people would just do agriculture, but there's something like 200 uses.
Yeah.
And it's the big gray area that's always getting us in trouble. You know, I think everyone here is for agriculture things, but when people do other things in agriculture, but it's still legal, you know, a shooting range, I mean, crazy things. Like, so this is our opportunity to tighten all that up and truly make sure ag is ag and those other things go under other things.
Right.
You're getting to my point, Judge.
Yeah.
2.5 years ago, this court talked about industrial uses in the ag districts and what is defined as an agricultural product. We asked for a definition of that. I'm just bringing it up for Autumn now. I brought it up when you first started, but I want to bring it back up because we're getting ready to get into that rewrite. I want us to define those well from now on. So I just, since we have several of these at the moment, I wanted to bring that up.
Sure.
Go ahead,
I don't know that this is related or not, kind of we're off the subject
I was
of
going
this.
to say, yeah, we're off the agenda.
They're kind of off subject, but with the new law which deals with manufactured housing, does it not affect all of that?
I am not sure.
As far as the House bill says.
I don't think that.
Yeah. Why don't we pick this conversation up? We still got a lot to get through.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. I'll ask this next week.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. But
No, that's
And
fine. It's probably out of order.
No, yeah, okay. All right, let's go on to the next agenda item, please.
All right, this is another zone change. This is an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1 zone map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for 135 acres of property located at 650 Evergreen Road from rural residential to agricultural AG. This property is identified as PVA map number 02500000064.00 and 02500000064.02.
Okay, so, looking at what is being presented to us, is there any, Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. I just want to read from a TRT report that is entered into the record.
Yeah.
This is a comment made by our fire chief, Brewer, and it states, "The fire department requests the driveway on the property to be constructed to support and allow fire EMS apparatus access to areas where the public is expected to be present." So that's the only, I just want to make sure we,
So Autumn,
Take special
that
note
would
of
come with
that.
the development plan at that point? Because this is solely for zoning.
yep, I just want
Right. Yeah, I think
Yep.
we're all getting there.
If there is a development plan, that would be something that would be discussed at that time,
if,
if.
Okay.
Let me see if I can, bear with me.
No, we won't
yeah,
say.
no, we won't
Yeah.
say it, but I'm just.
I'm sure that it's part of the record, but let me find it so that I can read from it.
I don't believe I saw that as a contingency of the planning commission's approval.
So there is behind the application for the zone map amendment, there is a sheet that's labeled as KRS 100.213 findings necessary for proposed map amendment. This is a statement from the applicant. It states, "The cut flower operation being run out of our home has grown to where we are needing business provisions that cannot be provided under the rural residential zoning classification. These include, but are not limited to, the hiring of employees, inviting of customers onto our farm as an additional sales avenue, including agritourism ideas such as workshops and U-Picks, and placing a business sign on our property at the road front." So those are the things that were proposed as part of this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn. Okay, I'm gonna move on before we all get here.
Yep.
Okay. Autumn, I think you're done.
I think so.
Hey, Duke, give us 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. Okay? Hey, Court, let's come back at 7:50. 7-minute recess so we can all, use the bathroom.
Okay.
Thank you, Court. We appreciate that. Next up is Mr. Duke Wilburn again. And it looks like, Duke, you're going to be there for a little bit. So,
Yes, sir.
Yep, so we appreciate you being here tonight with us, as always. Let's talk about this first agenda item.
Road Department's requesting court's approval to purchase a John Deere 325 skid steer. This is a track machine. We have a Bobcat at the current time. It's a tired machine, and I think it's a 2012, maybe a couple thousand hours on it. We got 3 quotes through Sourcewell. Meat Tractor in Georgetown was the cheapest one at $73,100. And
Just remind everybody, is this in your budget?
it is.
Okay. Any questions for Duke on this agenda item? Or, Squire Tanner, you have a question?
Just one small one. Are these all comparatively the same size, same horsepower, same bucket size, et cetera?
They are, yeah. I think Bobcat may have been it's 92 horsepower, but I think the other 2 are like 74, 73, 74 horse.
Yep.
Not worth it at $30,000.
All right, Duke,
No.
next. Yep.
Next thing we got is
So,
asking for court's approval for the salt. Keiko had their auction on, I believe it was the 16th. And it did go up quite a bit this year. I think it jumped $24.45 a ton. So
how much y'all have left from this season?
I think we've got about 500 ton
600 tons.
in the hoop barn.
We can't stockpile plenty for, the next 20 years.
Well, we're hoping we don't have to use it much this year.
So then we didn't budget that much, correct?
We did not.
Okay.
Hopefully we don't need
Is
that
that why
much.
Amy left? Oh, she's ready. Oh, I totally thought she left. I was like, oh, I'm gonna hear about that tomorrow.
She's hiding.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions on this? There's not a whole lot we can do about it. Duke and them do a great job as far as managing the salt, and we'll get it as needed.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Well, hold on, Duke.
You got 10 more.
You got the next 14?
Yeah. Okay, so let's, and Amy, I'm gonna need your help too here. So all these change orders, I believe we kind of talked about as we went through the project. Problem we ran into was the actual paperwork on the agenda items. We've already had a conversation with Codell about this next project, saying this is not gonna work the way we did this project, because it was very cumbersome for Duke and Justin and Amy to keep notes, and then just kind of go through everything. But they did a great job, and I appreciate it. So I guess we'll go through one by one. We'll go through one by one and just kind of talk about what the change order was and why it happened, and then we'll. They pretty much did great things here that says pretty much what was changed. So I guess, why don't we just, instead of me reading everything, just ask if there's any, we'll just go one by one and ask if there's any questions. Go ahead.
I just got a question. On this first one, it
Microphone,
says-
please, microphone, please. Thank you.
On this first change order, it says, the original construction plans for the shop were, let's see here, they were approved by the Kentucky Department of Housing. But when the inspector showed up, he made a change.
Yep.
So did they miss?
I don't know what
Was the
happened.
plan not followed correctly, or
The
was?
plan was followed, but
The change was missed?
the state missed something,
Okay.
and he wasn't gonna approve it, so we had to
So
make
we're on the
a,
hook for it?
yeah.
Okay.
You'll see that twice.
Yep.
Yep. I just want to say it out loud.
Okay, so that's the first one. Are y'all good
Say
with
it
that
again.
one?
I'd say it again.
All right, we'll go to the next one.
Could I ask just generally where is there anything that we did not approve as a court here? I mean, all these coming later on to us is kind of unacceptable. I agree with you, because they're all financial outlays that we should have approved formally, but just, I'm not aware of any of them being something that we haven't already discussed, or are there any new changes to anything?
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna ask Amy, since she knows the numbers top to bottom, what the change
The total.
orders worked out as far as what it costs and what we're getting back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're just cutting right through it. Yeah.
Just-
Squire Winston, I believe we talked about everything.
Everything
There's nothing
in there
hidden
we
here. So
discussed.
at the end of the day,
I have no
if we
idea.
just want to get to the meat and potatoes, just say, what were we credited or what do we owe?
So everything that you're presented with tonight is a credit of $257,609. But you need to remember that some of the things that were in, was it Rising Sun that had the gravel, the rock? It was in their bid, but if we did it through
No, that was Colston.
Colston,
Yeah.
thank you,
We saved sales tax.
we would save the sales tax.
Right.
So, you're seeing a credit here for that. What was the other thing that, the large credit?
It was for the gate and some other stuff. That was in Rising Sun's package, which was,
So my question is, we're seeing a
those were all
refund
credits,
that's gonna make
so-
us come in under what we originally planned to begin with.
Yeah.
Large.
No, I don't think so.
We-
Because even though we've got credits here, we're purchasing outside of these bid packages. So no, I don't
We
think
bought
we
directly
would
for all
go.
the rock and everything. That was, maybe $80,000 or
Yeah.
something.
Well,
We might still be in the negative a little bit.
And then there's
but-
other things like the fuel tanks and some
Yeah.
other stuff.
Right.
We had to pour concrete pad,
Yeah.
there'll be smaller things.
No, I get it. I'm on the committee,
you're-
me and Richard have talked about every one of these during the committee, so I just wanted
Well,
nothing that I've read is something I've not seen before.
You want it?
Squire Sebastian, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I just have a question in regard to tab 22. Out of tabs from 19 all the way to 32, because they are all
Yep.
about this, and hopefully we can move right on.
Yep.
That'll knock several of these off. I guess Franklin County's had, we've had a considerable amount of rain. Talk to us about parking lot drainage. The only reason I'm asking about that is tab 22 deals with that,
Yep,
deals with
perfect.
parking lot and drains and things like that. And, in the spring, summer, and fall months, that water's gonna either drain off or kind of work down through that asphalt. But in the winter, it's gonna sit if if the drainage is not where we need it to be. So I'm just
Well,
worried about
Duke
that
can
also,
answer that.
because there's so much asphalt down there, there's so much paved. There's a lot of room, and we're gonna have people scurrying around. And I'm just more worried about the winter with water sitting.
yeah, we
There's-
have,
So I'm just asking,
Let's talk about the
because that's
drains.
about tab
Yeah.
22. So
Yeah.
that's my only
That's
question
really
in all
the
these.
biggest thing we still lack down
Yep,
there.
that's
Yeah.
my question.
Talk about
and we have a plan to correct that. OHM's given us a credit, as part of their change order here. And then the road department's gonna do the work, so we're gonna lower the drains by 4 inches. And then pour 10-foot concrete. I don't know if you'd call it an apron,
kinda
around it to
So the
divert the
credit- Is
water.
the credit given back on design gonna be commensurate with what it's gonna cost for us to fix it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty close. That was really the biggest thing we really honed in on, or they honed in on, was to make sure that was correct. And
But where all
OHM
those-
said,
where all
hey,
those spots were, they're gonna cut out, lower them 4 inches, pour their apron, and then everything will drain into.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even gonna be one trench from that.
Yeah, we'll have a
overpass
trench
field
drain
to-
for-
a drain
yeah.
To eliminate that plumbing problem.
You have to have a trench?
We will.
That's the only,
That's the biggest-
item
yeah,
that I saw
Oh, that's
out of
huge.
all these,
Yeah.
because there's so much asphalt down there. And the way everything kind of slopes down, water's gonna pond potentially. And there's been so much rain, it's just hard for it to run off. And you can't just assume that this is the only time there's gonna be that much rain.
Yeah.
Or, and it's been warm weather, we've had that rain. If that happens in the wintertime, you know, we could have an issue. I'm only looking
yeah.
at it from that perspective.
So Duke,
So,
those
thank
are ordered. You should be doing that work in the next couple weeks, I think.
I'm hoping, Bob's supposed to send a guy out to pin those corners
Yeah.
for us,
Yeah.
and then, we'll start it about
Okay,
any
so then
time.
the only thing, and Amy was trying to hold all these to the end, but we are, we're getting ready to do a demo on the old mechanic shop. So we didn't want Colston, they didn't want Colston to come back and make a mess on the asphalt till the demo and the new building was put up that we approved. So there will be one more change order, correct, Amy? And that will, it will be a credit, right?
I don't know if it'll be a credit, will it?
That one should be closed, I think, from what's left.
I don't know which way it'll go.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna go too far either way. It should be pretty.
No,
accurate.
it shouldn't go,
It might be just where it was, so there might not be another change order, so, but we're just, that would be the only thing that could be, to close it at 110%. But we don't wanna asphalt something and then tear it up, tearing the building down, so, Amy wanted to go ahead and knock these all out just to get some closure. Amy, I'm gonna ask you this, do you have a figure of what we have in that project?
Not with me.
Okay,
I do have it.
okay, that's fine, if you could maybe bring that to the next court meeting, I think it would be good for everyone to know exactly what we spent on that item, because I know you're trying to hone that down moving into this next project. Okay, that'd be great, because I think everybody would like to know that, you know. I think we've done very, very well. And Duke, how much we allocated at 200,000 for those extra things, soft things on the inside of the building and everything, how much do you all have left out of that?
I think, do you know the answer to that, Amy?
Sorry,
I'm
I don't mean to be
thinking-
asking those questions, I mean, just.
Well, I'm thinking like 50,000,
Yeah.
somewhere in that
40,
neighborhood.
something like that left over, so. out of that
47,
200 that
somewhere
we-
around 50,
Yeah.
I believe.
That's fine. So, perfect. Squirrels?
You said, but I just wanted to make sure that I understand, this is the entirety except for paving of the change orders that we're expecting to come through, because I didn't see, we made a couple of changes early on to opt for things like epoxy flooring at one point and some other additional items that we thought were better, right? I can't remember what all they were, but I never saw those come back through, but they may have been enveloped within the scope of the project.
Yeah, you guys approved those.
Yeah.
You approved that,
Yeah.
early, yeah.
I expected.
Yeah,
Okay.
like Jack said, I think there was like 3 or 4 that we did
Yeah.
before these, and then it all just kind of snowballed. Again, Duke, Amy, thank you for working through this. I know it's been a lot, but we're gonna correct it moving forward with this next project, so we don't have to get into this.
There's always change.
Okay, so
Thank
are we good with these then?
I am.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on down to, the special inspections and testing, because I do think that's something different. So as you all remember, on the road department, we had to hire a third party to do some testing, et cetera. So, if you notice on, was that 33? Yep, that's basically what's in front of us, so that's not really that's not related to the road department. This is to our next park project. So, do we have any questions on that? I mean, obviously, it's, what, $48,000? Is that right? So, but it's something we have to have, and it's for our own good. Go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, 65, I'm sorry.
I guess a few things. I guess generally I saw in there, the vendor proposes a half-day rate for material pickup, which would mean like less than half an hour on site, like driving out there, just pick something up like plans. And there and back trips, that's what it's kind of called. If materials pickup is necessary, can we have staff drop that off at the Lexington office where this is, rather than pay this rate that's quoted in here? I think we all saw the rate, and everybody probably went, wow.
Yep.
I'll do it for that.
Yeah.
I'll drive Lexington to that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's something we can work out.
But knowing those things ahead of time, when
Yeah.
they have to come pick something up, I am sure that we could find a way with our county vehicle to
Yeah.
drive that to Lexington.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll cut down on some of that.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation with
That
them.
would be potentially a cost savings for the
Yeah.
project.
Yeah.
So my next question gets to page 2 of the agreement, T&C, page 2. Under limit of liability, indemnification, and consequential damages. Down toward the bottom of that, I'm just worried if something is left out. One of the sentences reads, and I'll read you the prior sentence. For this project, CETCO's limit of liability shall not exceed $50,000 or the amount of our fees for this agreement, whichever is greater. The next sentence reads, this amount includes and all injuries, expenses, losses, damages, or claims. I'm thinking that maybe there was something left out before the two ands were put in there. There's something that's not there. So I don't know what potentially is kicked out of that liability section, but we might want to know what that is, if we're agreeing to this.
Sure, you're going to show, go back over what page you're reading.
Page 2 of 5.
Page 2 of 5, under agreement T and C. And if you'll go down to, under limit of liability, indemnification, and consequential damages,
Looks like this.
I got 2 of 4.
Yeah, I do too.
Who's the next one?
I got
3
3
or
of 4. I got 4 of 4.
okay,
Got two more.
but 2's not on there. The first page of it looks like this,
Yeah.
and then the page where I'm asking about looks like this,
This one, well, right here, yeah,
and it's at the bottom.
that one, terms and conditions.
If you'll go down to the
Oh,
last,
it's 2 of 5, it's on top.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
if you go down to the last 4 lines on the page, the very last 4 lines, and you read the 4th line, the first of the last 4 lines, when you get to the second one,
Gotcha.
there's some
I got you.
words
I'm with
left
you.
out.
I'm with you, yeah.
This includes and all injuries, so something is before the and. I don't know what that is. But there's something in there.
Well, if they've taken something out to limit their liability, if it's taken out, that expands their liability.
Okay, I'm just,
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I
If they're limiting their liability by that statement and they've taken something out, just say death and injury. And they've taken out death and it's just injury, so they've
I'm cool
actually
with that.
pulled it back, so we're actually getting,
Okay.
I
Makes
just wanna
sense.
make sure we're
Yeah.
not on the wrong end of the liability. That's
Sounds like
all.
we're on the better end on
Okay?
this one.
I'd rather be on the better end of
Yep.
it.
if they're taking out from what they're being indemnified for,
We should be on the better
we
end.
are on the better end.
We should be on the better end. Now, the last 2 lines where it says client
Microphone,
acknowledges.
please. Sorry, just noticed. I think the Squire Blackbird shut it off.
I apologize. Client acknowledges that without the inclusion of this limitation of liability provision, CETCO would not have performed the services. Well, how do we know that? We're agreeing to that? How do we know that? That they would not have? I'm just asking that question, I guess, in the air. I don't understand how we're gonna test to knowing that for sure. And then on page 3, under applicable law, precedents, and survivability, second paragraph begins with, this contract may be terminated by either party upon 7 days written notice. Is that enough for us? 7 days enough? Most of the time, things are 30 days written notice, et cetera, et cetera. This one is 7. That's all I'm asking, is it enough? And then I'm not gonna get into the words they don't know how to spell that are in here.
Max, thoughts on the 7 days compared to 30? Which ultimately, if they do it, that's really not our problem, it's gonna be Codel's problem. They'd have to find somebody else.
I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah,
because
no, it's
we're
a
trying to
good
do all
question.
the right due
Yeah,
diligence, we're trying to get a reputable firm to do it.
Yeah.
If they decide they're gonna walk,
Yeah.
that's gonna take time for us to find another
Yeah,
vendor, and that's gonna slow this project down.
Yeah.
So does 7 days give us time to sit down and talk face to face and say with them, if it should come to that, to say why, or either side. I'm just asking 7's enough.
I would say as big as Codell is, he'd be able to call somebody and have them there the next day, but I understand I understand what you're saying.
We just don't want the project to be held up because.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it seemed to me like 7 days pretty quick. If something were to happen, it
7 days
required
pretty
that.
damn fast.
Hey,
That's all my questions.
Duke, let me
Thank
ask you your experience, because you worked with a lot of these guys on your road department project. I mean, how were a lot of these testing companies to work with and stuff that were on site?
We never had any issues
Yeah.
at all, really.
Yeah.
Were they there every day?
If we poured concrete or, I won't say they were there every day, but they were there quite often.
So they were just taking samples after everything was poured and down to make sure the density and everything was like it's supposed to be?
Right, they checked to make sure, before they pour, that the steel's in there.
Yeah.
Squire Wisman.
Can someone explain to me, we've got Codell recommending the $65,000 bid, but we have a $48,000 bid and a $91,000 bid. And we've got some variance there, and I don't see any basis for preference over a more expensive bid than the other. I'm sure some of you may be privy to those conversations about why they prefer that one, but.
I haven't been.
Wes said they were capable of handling this job than the other company was.
Did you hear that, Squire?
Wes recommended, said that they were more capable of this type of project than the other company.
It would seem to be, when we're making a decision on multiple bids, that there should be some predicator, within the information that we're provided about
Why
spending
why they went
$12,000
one way and
more
not
over
another.
a more expensive bid, which is fine.
Yeah.
If the contractor's more comfortable with them, or has an existing relationship, or we have an existing relationship, but I just don't see that as
Yeah,
part of our
understandable.
information, so.
Yep. Any other thoughts from the court on this?
So we're good with 7 days? If we're good with it, we're good with it.
I think I'm okay with 7 days. Okay. Amy, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
At the mouth.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for having me.
That was a great response.
So in your packet, I have the treasurer's report for the 11 months ending May 31st. And I'm just going to give you a summary. Receipts, 34.8 million. Expenditures, 34.7, giving us an excess of receipts over expenditures of 100,959. Adding in the fund balance of last year, leaving us with a fund balance of 30 million. So as of May, we still had a surplus. And moving on to the revenues and expenses as of June 24th. I just want to point out that surplus is no longer there. The revenue is 35.9, expenditures 36.3, leaving us with a deficit of 383. Those aren't final numbers. We still have some small revenue coming in. We have one more court of expenses. I won't have final numbers for you the next court either, but we're very close. We're very close, especially considering we did not receive, and we won't, this fiscal year, the distilled spirits. So, that right there, as well as the jail fund, we didn't receive the million that they had budgeted for the SAP program. So the first meeting in July, I'll have final numbers for you.
But you feel comfortable it's gonna be there 1st of July, where it's supposed to be?
No, I don't.
You
I
don't?
don't feel comfortable that we'll have the distilled spirits in July. We'll get it, but I don't know when.
What typically is, how much is that distilled spirits?
I don't have that number right off. I have it.
62,000 collected?
No, it's about 800,000.
It's gonna be above the number. It was conservative
Yeah.
budget number.
Yeah.
We put in.
So we'll be in the black once we get that for this year.
For the next fiscal year, no.
It'll,
We,
Gotcha.
it won't book on this fiscal
Oh,
year.
okay.
It won't
It's
book.
cash basis, it won't be.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It
But
should.
in theory, if
But
we
it
would have
won't
received it
book.
when we should have, our budget would have been pretty on point.
yes.
Consider, especially because of the, not mistake at the jail, but being a little bit too over anxious on when we do that budgeting part.
Yeah. Yeah, and at that court meeting, when I give you final numbers, I'll have
Yeah.
all of the numbers showing what went over, what we didn't get, so you'll have a clear
Perfect.
picture.
Squire Blackburn.
So with the distilled spirits, it tends to be it's a recurring thing. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't get it till the next year. Is there any particular reason?
Since I've been here, we've gotten it every year. There was a problem with this one distillery that the state hadn't sent the accreditation to us, or to the clerk's office. I don't know what the problem was there.
I know before you came, we had this, we had them, they missed, it came in on the next fiscal year.
So this is the one that I had to make the call, and then they said, so I think the state had called somebody with like one question on their application or whatever it is, and that person either never got it or wasn't there anymore, and it just floated for months until we called and they looked into it, and they said, oh yeah, hold on, we didn't reply to the state. So it was a total just error, nobody's fault. They weren't trying to hold the money, it was literally either that person misplaced the message or they weren't there anymore, and the state said, sent them one question literally, and it just got held up because of that. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I'll go ahead and ask the question I've asked earlier. The reduction in distilled spirits tax, that gradual reduction kicks in 26.
Yep.
Will, because money's coming in 26 that was due us in 25, will that get the 2% or the first portion of the reduction?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. We just want to make sure
Yeah,
that there's like,
understandable.
that they get credited, booked twice in 1 year.
Right, yep.
For an old year carry forward and
It's based on the tax year.
okay.
Yeah.
Just being
It's a
100%
good-
sure
it's a
so
good
that we're all
question.
very clear about
Yeah.
what that means. Thank you.
We should, if we get back on track, we should get double next year.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
Amy,
more or less.
we've got a number of things. I mean, we know we didn't get the composting and recycling grants that we were hoping. That's $250,000. But could you speak a little to the uncollected items that are so large, the federal grant specifically, $100,000? I don't remember which. Is it the sidewalk project that we've just not drawn down that was budgeted in that? I don't remember.
I'll have to look to see what that is. It is a grant that we had to budget for, that we just haven't received and will. I'll look into that to give you.
I'm thinking specifically if it's one that was repealed or something, maybe we should do a budget amendment before the end of the year if we.
No, we don't have any that were repealed that I budgeted for.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Amy? Alrighty, Amy, thank you very much. Next, we have payment of claims for Kim. Does anybody have any questions on claims? Squire Sebastian.
I need to ask a question on general fund. It is 0152053999.
What page you on? I'm sorry.
Page 4, I apologize.
Thank you, no, you're good.
Page 4 of general fund. For the deceased dog. That's the only question I have about that. If somebody can help me with that.
House fire, they take the dog up to Lexington and do an autopsy for the house fire.
That was, okay, all right.
Ball none.
Yes.
Two boys.
Yes, yes.
We pay for that?
We pay for everything.
Outstanding.
Yeah. That was a bad situation. Any other questions for Kim or anybody? Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and jump into boards now. So I just want to publicly thank Squire Sebastian for serving on ROSM. I know it's a huge organization. They're doing amazing things in our community. And I appreciate that she gives us updates about what's going on there. So if it's okay with everybody, we'd like to reappoint her to the ROSM board.
You want to be reappointed?
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm enjoying
Yeah.
the service on there,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty involved on their board.
Yeah.
They'll wait till I walk in the door before they do stuff.
Okay, the next one is for the U.S. Water District. So, gentlemen's put in for this, heard nothing but good things about them. Anybody have any issues or thoughts or concerns or anything? Questions? Go ahead, Squire Kenny.
You're talking about
Ralph.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
I served with him for several years on the health board. He's an outstanding gentleman, and I'm sure doing a great job.
Good deal, thank you for that input, Squire Sebastian.
And thank you, Judge. And I just want to echo that. I've sat with him on a number of boards, and he is extremely involved and extremely dedicated and meticulous when it comes to getting his facts down, especially when it involves helping people.
Awesome.
He is amazing. When he shut his pharmacy down, he gave his van to the senior center, just gave it to them.
That's great.
Because they need it. I mean, he is
Yeah.
that kind of guy.
Kind of people we want to come
He is
and
that,
represent us.
he is that guy.
Yeah, good.
Great guy.
Alrighty, the next one is for the Ethics Commission. Charles Smith has resigned, and then Mr. John Walker would like to serve. Go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. The same things I just said
Yeah.
about Ralph, I can say about John. John's an attorney, or was an attorney when he was in state government, and was absolutely phenomenal at what he did. He is also extremely dedicated in all of the aspects that I've ever seen him involved with. So I think he will do a phenomenal job, and he brings the background of law to this
Good.
board. Will bring the background of law to this board.
Perfect, thank you. We have another ethics here. I know Lyda has served previously, but she would like to continue to serve another term. So she's always at the meetings, and I think she does a good job. Okay.
I've known Lyda quite a few years. I think she moved this community with Paul Patton from Pikeville. She's an outstanding, knows quite a bit about government, and very knowledgeable person.
Well, good. Appreciate the words there.
Yeah, she'll work hard.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. The next one, so we appreciate Darrell Sanderson serving his time with us. We did have two applicants that turned in applications, and so I believe that Mr. Danny Simonis will represent us well on the Planning Commission. I think he's a solid guy. I think his career was a firefighter, paramedic, and now he's a construction company, homes, renovations, things like that.
I can speak personally for Danny. He's a top-notch person. I think he'd be suited well in that position.
I don't have any comment to make other than I would like to ask the question. You said there was only one other application?
Correct.
One other, and you decided on Daniel for various reasons, or what reason, or you selected him over the other applicant? I don't know who the other one was. I don't know that I should know, as far as that goes. Because I acknowledge that these are your selections.
Yeah.
And we vote up or down.
Yeah. Go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Now that you've shared with us that there were multiple applicants for this position, what makes this candidate stand above the other application that you received?
The other applicant, I think, has served previously for many, many years as an elected official, and I just really wanted to give somebody else a chance to serve their community. And honestly, with his background, working for a municipality and then the construction aspect of it, I know him some. Seems like a pretty honest, middle of the road guy, and that's when, we put people on boards, that's what I hope we can find. Not somebody that's too left or too right, just somebody who's gonna do the right thing. So I know just today, we received two other applications today. So, we'll consider them when the next term is up for somebody.
So you received two more today.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I've known Danny since 6th grade. He's a solid guy.
He really is.
And I don't think I've ever seen him upset. I think if you disagreed with him, he'd talk talk to you about it? He will.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
he's level-headed. He's a
Yeah, he is,
level-headed
very.
guy.
Very.
And in my thing, I don't think I don't think the planning commission would hurt having somebody that would be level-headed on there. I think it's a good thing.
I appreciate the words. Squire Wisman.
Judge, a couple of things. You know, I understand there was an application last year for a position, and that there was another one that you've said, and then two more recently. You know, we had a conversation in this body, I think last year, that we need some diversity on this board when we were talking about reconfiguring it. There's one female for the city on that board currently, and I understand that we had a female apply that has professional planning experience and works in planning and zoning professionally, that is one of the other applicants. I've said before that it's fine to have a recommendation from you, but I want to see all the applicants, because we need to vet them all together to know who's, you know, interested and who has the best qualities. I am really concerned that we don't have any diversity on this board. And we took away two positions that gives us, you know, last year, that gives us that opportunity to even have some broader experience, which I was really concerned about at the time, because larger boards, more minds, more convoluted sometimes, but greater experience, better results, in my opinion. So just knowing that, because I made a couple calls today to find out who had applied, and we have two females apparently that had applied in the
I
past.
have one that came today, so these packets are prepared by noon on Friday. And
Now,
I
there
had
was, my understanding, there's one in 2024 that applied too, but when we have somebody that's interested, that gives us some diversity and has a planning background, I have a hard time, you know, appointing someone that has no planning background. So I would really prefer to maybe table this one and see who those other applicants are. We have time, is my understanding, to, you know, we've got a lot of emails and phone calls today, or at least I have, that we have time to make a decision. We have 60 days after the date of expiration, is my understanding, right?
I'd rather not leave the seat unattended, that's just me.
That doesn't mean it's unattended. We have a meeting Monday, we could put someone in if we wanted to, but I'd like to know who those other applications are, so. And I think, again, it's due upon us to have some diversity in these appointments, and
I think we're trying to do that, and just like the sports commission that we did, you know, we have 3 females on there, one's black, and then we have a Hispanic male on there. I by all means want to diversify things, but on Friday, when these packets go out, and I have 2 applications to choose from, I brought you the best one that we had.
and it's our decision to vote it up or down.
It's up to you.
Yeah, so I'm saying to make the best decision, again, we should know who's applied. We should have all those, with your recommendation of who you want to appoint. So I've said that multiple times in this court.
Anything else from the court before this, we go into closed session?
I want to make a comment. I understand everything Eric Squire Whitman said. However, there is, no one has told me any reason why I should vote against this gentleman. So I will make that comment too.
So I'm just gonna, I'm sure you guys got phone calls and texts and all such stuff today as well. And so I know that there are people who are very concerned about this applicant. And I think I understand why. I think just their viewpoints are very, whatever. But I will say this, I've known Danny for years and years and years, and he's awesome. And I don't think that you would find somebody that's a better fit, to be honest. I understand why the people that don't want him don't want him. I get it. He and I have very little in common when it comes to politics, but I trust him.
We don't need politics in planning and zoning.
No, he's really a solid guy.
His
And he knows
application
what
talks
he's-
about his political affiliation.
It
Kidding me?
does.
Come on.
Yep.
Yeah. And when we have an applicant, I don't want to say the name, but who has planning experience and works professionally as a planner in another community directly adjacent to us. We don't have anybody on the planning commission as a county representative that has professional planning experience whatsoever.
Squire Sebastian.
Well, so it sounds like, I had a meeting directly before, I was in a Spellapalooza meeting. So my phone was vibrating, but I was in the meeting and I didn't answer the phone because I was in the meeting. And I came straight here and we started straight away. So if people reached out, if that's what, because my phone was going crazy
They
in there
did.
and they kept going, what is wrong with your phone?
Yeah.
And I turned it over and at least it wasn't my husband or my child that was hurt.
Right, right.
But, so I didn't have the opportunity to talk to anybody who must have called this afternoon, but it sounds like
I've talked to several.
I have not, because I was in Spellapalooza meeting all afternoon.
So here's the, I mean, I think
So,
the concern,
sorry.
the concern is, I understand the concern, and I think what I was asked was, please look at all of the applications instead of just one of them.
That's what I was asked too.
That's what I was asked this afternoon.
All righty, any other thoughts? We're gonna move on to closed.
Move, I'm going to go in closed session.
All righty, authorization to go into closed session per KRS 61.8101 CF. Discussions of proposed or pending litigation against or on behalf of a public agency. Discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We're in closed session. much. All right, do I have a motion to go back into open session?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We're in open session. Thank you. Alrighty, next agenda item is to hire another team member for our fire department. Any questions on this applicant or this hiring? Alrighty, seeing none, I'm gonna move on. Other business. Does anybody have any other business? Alrighty, seeing none. It's a great work session, team. Next work session, alright, I'm gonna go ahead to voting session, if that's okay with everybody. Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dykus.
Here.
Squire Harrod.
Here.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Wisman.
Present.
Judge Mueller.
Present. Thank you, clerk. Authorization for approval of minutes from the regular meeting of June 4th, 2025.
So moved.
Judge, I have a change I need to make. I just noticed
Okay.
on the minutes.
Holy cannoli, okay.
I have the start time of the voting session, 10:10 a.m. and it's actually 6:37 p.m.
Okay. So as amended.
as amended.
So I've got your motion.
Second.
And you said it was what time?
6:37.
Thank you.
It's not a good start. It's gonna be a long voting session. I'm just joking. Thank you for catching that, Clerk.
You're welcome.
Scared me a little bit. I was like, wow, what just happened? Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Second.
No.
JW, Squire Blackburn,
You
sorry.
voted against it?
Thank you.
Wait a minute, he voted no.
I said nay.
Oh, okay. Squire Wisman's a nay. Alrighty. Authorization to approve the sheriff's surplus of 2 vehicles for donation,
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Court. Authorization to receive the county attorney's 2024 excess fees.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes. Authorization to approve order of allowance to the Board of Assessment Appeals for the county clerk.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve an amendment to a professional service agreement with ER-Assist for services related to the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Services and RCS Emergency Watershed Protection EWP program.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to authorize the Fiscal Court's participation in the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service and RCS Emergency Watershed Protection EWP program to purchase property from voluntary owners impacted by flooding and erosion not to exceed $300,000.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a memorandum of understanding between the Franklin County Fiscal Court and the Franklin County Agency for Substance Abuse.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve the Franklin County Health Contract for preventative services for all county government employees, including firefighter physicals, from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. And I just want to say thank you to the Health Department for providing that service for us. Authorization to approve an interlocal agreement among the Kentucky counties of Anderson, Bourbon, Boyle, Clark, Estill, Franklin, Garrett, Harrison, Jessamine, Lexington, Fayette, Lincoln, Madison, Mercer, Nicholasville, Powell, Scott, and Woodford regarding the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application to the Kentucky Department of Agriculture Animal Control Advisory Board for the neuter grant on behalf of the Franklin County Humane Society and designating the county judge executive to execute all documents pertaining to this grant.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve an agreement with Bluegrass Area Development District, BG AD, for assistance with opioid abatement program.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to declare the property identified as Tract 5B located at 67 Buena Vista Drive as surplus.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a professional service agreement with Stantec for professional engineering services related to the Phase 2 MS4 stormwater permit state audit for Franklin County.
So moved.
Second.
Did you get that, clerk?
Who's second?
JW.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Alrighty, this is the first reading, so no vote will be taken at the time. First reading of ordinance creating Chapter 94, Special Events within Title 1X and amending Chapter 110, Occupational License Taxes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances to establish a permit process for special events and an exception related to the occupational licenses for vendors at special events. Vote will be next meeting.
Judge, question, we had so many changes to that. Is it fine to have a first reading when we are going to alter it so much potentially before the next reading?
You can make changes after the first reading.
He showed you it off.
Yes. You can make changes after the first reading.
So she can come back to us, and that will be on the July 14th meeting, 16th, I'm sorry, July 16th. Okay, this again is another, the next agenda item is another first reading, so no vote will be taken at this time. First reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 7.67 acre portion of property located at 1373 Peaks Mill Road from Agricultural District AG to rural residential agricultural properties identified as PVA map numbers 072-00-00-107.09. Again, no vote at this time. That will be on the July 16th agenda. Another first reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for 135 acres of property located at 650 Evergreen Road from rural residential RR to agricultural district AG. The property is identified as PVA map number 025-00-00-064.00 and 025-00-00-064.02. No vote at this time. Authorization to purchase a John Deere 325G skid loader.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award bid to Compass Mineral America, Inc., the lowest bidder for de-icing salt.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say, it's kind of funny, we're talking about salt, and it's 100 degrees, I'm sorry, just thought about that. Anyways, authorization for approval of change order number 1 of bid package number 1, SLA Enterprises relating to the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 2 of bid package number 1, SLA Enterprises relating to the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 1 of bid package number 3, Colston Paving, relating to asphalt paving for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 2 of bid package number 3, Colston Paving, relating to asphalt paving for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Keep it
opposed.
consistent.
Come on with it. I got all of them.
Motion passes.
Y'all,
Oh, you're the
Bring it.
you're the road commissioner.
Bring it.
You need to-
Bring it. I'm ready.
First two. Authorization for approval of change order number 1 of bid package number 4, Rising Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Get this now.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 2 of bid package number 4, Rising Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 3 of bid package number 4, Rising Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 4, bid package number 4, Verizon Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 5 of bid package number 4, Verizon Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department Complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 6 of bid package number 4, Verizon Sun Development, relating to general trades for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department complex.
So moved.
Oh, that hurts.
Hey, you ain't gonna beat me, let's go.
Second.
Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 1 of bid package number 6, Bennis Contracting, related to drywall metal studs for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department complex.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of change order number 1 of bid package number 9, Walker Mechanical, relating to plumbing HVAC for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department complex.
So moved.
Second.
Congratulations.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of amendment number 2 to the professional services agreement with OHM Advisors relating to architectural/engineering, design and construction and administration for the redevelopment of the Franklin County Road Department complex.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to accept a bid to CETCO, the best bidder for special inspections and testing relating to the Lakeview Park project.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion
Judge,
passes.
I'm gonna have to say nay because I didn't see a basis for a $12,000 increase in services, so
Okay,
just making a point there.
okay, thank you. Authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of claims? No motion was made. Let the record reflect claims are to be paid. Authorization to approve board appointment of Sherry Sebastian to the Resource Office of Social Ministries, ROSM, with the term ending June 30th, 2027.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Squire, we appreciate you serving for us in that capacity.
Thank you.
Authorization to approve board reappointment of Ralph W. Morris to the US 60 Water District Board with the term ending September 22, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
Kirk, did you get that?
Yes.
All those opposed, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. We appreciate Mr. Morris serving on that board. Authorization to approve a board appointment of John Walker to the Franklin County Ethics Commission with a term ending June 23, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
Get that, clerk?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. We appreciate Mr. Walker serving. Authorization to approve a reappointment of Lyda Phillips to the Franklin County Ethics Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes, and we appreciate Lyda's continuing to serve on that board. Authorization to approve board appointment of Danny Simonis to the Franklin County Planning Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Appreciate Mr. Simonis serving on that board. Authorization to hire Preston Swindle as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Great meeting for you.